entering the gate of knowledge through Universitas Negeri Jakarta, you will experience a unique atmosphere where multicultural perspectives meet in academic practices. Located in the heart of the capital city of Indonesia, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, concerned with the environmental issues to promote urban and green campus. As one of the best public universities in Indonesia, Universitas Negeri Jakarta offers you with world-class programs enriched by the touch of local wisdom and supported with high technology facilities and disability accesses. Universitas Negeri Jakarta has played an important role in developing education, science, art, technology, and sport since 1964. Universitas Negeri Jakarta serves students of diploma, undergraduate, and postgraduate programs. They are deployed in 8 faculties and 1 postgraduate program. Teaching and learning activities are delivered in joyful atmosphere and meaningful interaction to promote student-centered and autonomous learning. For that purpose, Universitas Negeri Jakarta developed laboratory schools where various educational innovations are tried and tested to get best practices. In the sphere of sports sciences, modern sports stadium has been built, equipped with modern and high-tech sport facilities. To achieve Universitas Negeri Jakarta vision to go global, various international programs has been conducted comprising such as student mobility program, lecturers exchange program, and various international seminars. In line with this, Universitas Negeri Jakarta keeps on developing both international program and infrastructure facilities to achieve Universitas Negeri Jakarta vision to be reputable university in Asia.
Game terus. Sepeda terus.
Wah.
Daster terus.
Mas, bobanya satu ya.
Boba terus. Terus. Kalau terus-terusan boros, kapan nabungnya? Yuk mulai nabung. Nabung. Tabungan Mas di Pegadaian Digital aja. Ada promo mulai nabung hingga akhir tahun. Top up-nya bisa pakai kode promo gajian Mas yang ada di setiap bulannya. Kamu bisa dapat diskon hingga Rp250.000. Download aplikasi Pegadaian Digital dan mulai nabung dari sekarang. Yuk mulai nabung Mas sekarang untuk masa depan yang cemerlang. Nabung terus ya.
But I'm so frustrated. Hello to my loneliness. I guess that ignorance is bliss. Take me back to before I knew. Rewind, take it out of cue. Innocence can be a young man's game. Signed up for the hall of shame. I wish I knew how much I miss not knowing that we're all screwed when we play our roles and ignore the problems. I like to be away in my patience. Stay up, I feel so outdated. How can we look the other way? Sun is out, but the sky is gray. What would happen if I took a chance? It's always hard at first glance. I don't wanna, but I know I gotta do it. The truth is hard to swallow, I think I'll chew it. I wish I knew how much I miss not knowing that we're all screwed when we play our roles and ignore the problems. I wish I knew how much I miss not knowing that we're all screwed when we play our roles and ignore the problems. I wish I knew.
Teaching and learning activities are delivered in joyful atmosphere and meaningful interaction to promote student-centered and autonomous learning. For that purpose, Universitas Negeri Jakarta developed laboratory schools where various educational innovations are tried and tested to get best practices. In the sphere of sports sciences, modern sports stadium has been built, equipped with modern and high-tech sport facilities. To achieve Universitas Negeri Jakarta vision to go global, various international program has been conducted comprising such as student mobility program, lecturers exchange program, and various international seminars. In line with this, Universitas Negeri Jakarta keeps on developing both international program and infrastructure facilities to achieve Universitas Negeri Jakarta vision to be reputable university in Asia.
Game terus. Sepeda terus. Daster terus.
Mas, bobanya satu ya.
Boba terus. Terus. Terus, 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 terus. Terus, 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 terus. Kalau terus-terusan boros, kapan nabungnya? Yuk mulai nabung. Nabung. Tabungan Mas di Pegadaian Digital aja. Ada promo mulai nabung hingga akhir tahun. Top up-nya bisa pakai kode promo gajian Mas yang ada di setiap bulannya. Kamu bisa dapat diskon hingga Rp250.000. Download aplikasi Pegadaian Digital dan mulai nabung dari
Recording in progress.
Ladies and gentlemen, the second International Conference on Humanities, Education, and Social Sciences 2022 is about to commence in a few moments. We highly urge you to turn your camera on and mute the microphone during the sessions. You can turn on your microphone when it comes to the main agenda. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second International Conference on Humanities, Education, and Social Sciences 2022.
The Honorable Professor Dr. Hafid Abbas from Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Indonesia.
Associate Professor Reka Cole from Curtin University, Australia.
Professor Hing-Wei Chen from Asia University, Taiwan.
Professor Dr. Fozia from Ziyuddin University, Pakistan.
Professor Sin Kuin Fung Kenneth from the Education University of Hong Kong, Hong Kong.
Professor Dr. Wolfgang Hasberg from University of Cologne, Germany.
Professor Dr. Stephen Dobson from Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand.
To whom we respect Professor Dr. Komarudin, Rector of Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Professor Dr. Suyono, Vice Rector for Academic Affairs Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Professor Dr. Dedi Purwana, IS Master of Business, Director of Postgraduate Universitas Negeri Jakarta. And we would like to convey our warm greetings to all the invited guests who attended this occasion, both offline and online. We would like to thank you for our sponsors, PT Pegadaian Persero, PT Jaya Konstruksi Manggala Pratama, PT Bank Mandiri Persero Tbk. It's an honor for me, Rizky Amalia, and my partner,
Victorio Kusumosidi
from Duta Universitas Negeri Jakarta, to host you in this occasion.
Ladies and gentlemen, the International Conference starts with the first agenda, singing the Indonesia National Anthem, Indonesia Raya.
Followed by Mars Universitas Negeri Jakarta.
Please rise. seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present you a traditional dance entitled Nandak Ganjan. This dance portrays young Betawi women growing up and hanging out with their friends. The dance affirms that humans' life cycle, especially among Betawi women, is quite dynamic, both within themselves and outside. Betawi women are zealous and enthusiastic of their roles in the community.
Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the performance.
from Betawi.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us hear the greeting that will be delivered by Professor Dr. Dedi Purwana ES, Master of Business, as a Director of Postgraduate Universitas Negeri Jakarta. To Professor Dr. Dedi Purwana, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Professor Dr. Komarudin, the Honorable Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Professor Dr. Suyono, all distinguished keynote speakers, the Honorable Deans of Faculty and Head of Institution, and all university officers, all invited participants, greeting from Jakarta and welcome to the second International Conference on Humanities, Education and Social Science 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, postgraduate of Universitas Negeri Jakarta is hosting International Conference in 2022 for once again. It is a part of our commitment to realize Universitas Negeri Jakarta vision and mission, becoming a world-class university and have a reputation in the Asian region. This conference activities is also a strategic effort to bring our postgraduate being a reputable institution in the Asian region. Moreover, in line with international accreditation we received from ACAS Germany, postgraduate Universitas Negeri Jakarta is committed to creating an international standard of academic atmosphere by holding periodic international seminar and conferences. In this event, postgraduate of Universitas Negeri Jakarta collaboration with Asia University, Taiwan, and Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand, to hold this international conference, which will be held on 16 until 17 July 2022. This event carries the theme Innovative Education to Embrace Adaptability and Transformation for Society 5.0 Era. This main theme, I believe, is a current issue that we will be discussed during the international conference conducted hybrid, both online and offline. This is the second time after the first international conference on humanity, education, and social sciences was held in 2019. This conference aimed to bring together leading academic scholars, group of scientists, and multidisciplinary practitioners worldwide. This is to present and exchange ideas related to various fields of history education, language education, early childhood education, special education, basic education, educational technology, multicultural education, education management, measurement and assessment in education, and environmental education, both related to its application, trends, and future need. The second international conference today received at least 170 registrations from various countries. I note from 11 countries, from Australia, Colombia, India, Indonesia, Iraq, Korea, Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. This conference also features seven keynote speakers, including Professor Rekha Kaul from Curtin University, Australia, Professor Hafid Abbas from Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Indonesia, Professor Yingwei Chen from Asia University, Taiwan, Professor Quen Fung Kenneth from the Education University of Hong Kong, Professor Fauzia Samim from Jalaluddin University, Pakistan, Professor Wolfgang Harsberg from the University of Cologne, German, and last but not least, Professor Stephen Dobson from Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand. In addition to holding international conference, the second International Conference on Humanity, Education and Social Science also held writing workshops with Dr. Lynette Pretorius from Monash University, Australia, as a lecturer. Participants also submit paper to committee, which will later be submitted to special issue in several international journals, and document that meet the criteria will be published in these international journals. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of my speech, please allow me to express my gratitude to our co-hosts, Asia University, Taiwan, and Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand. I believe our academic collaboration will be strengthened in the near future. I realize that this event would not be succeeded without financially supporting from our sponsor. Thanks to Bank Mandiri, a leading state-owned bank in Indonesia, PT Jaya Konstruksi, a national building and construction company in Indonesia, and PT Pegadaian, the most valuable financial company in Indonesia, for their contribution. Special thanks also to our organizing committee, chaired by Professor Arita Marini. Please stand up, Professor Arita. Hand in hand with Dr. Mutia Delina. Dr. Mutia Delina. And also Ade Dwi Utami, PhD. And all members of organizing committee who have made this conference run smoothly. Finally, please enjoy and take benefits from this international conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, next is greetings delivered by Professor Yingwei Chen from Asia University, Taiwan, as co-host of the conference. Professor Yingwei Chen, the audience is yours.
Okay, thank you. We are very competent, moderators. Okay, Your Honorable Professor Dr. Komanuddin, Rector of UNJ, Professor Dr. Dedi Purwana, Director of Postgraduate, and Professor Dr. Arita Marini, Chair of this second International Conference on Humanities, Education and Social Sciences, distinguished speakers, paper presenters, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the College of Humanities and Social Sciences at Asia University, Taiwan. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to University Nigeria Jakarta, UNJ, one of Asia University's major and valued partners in Indonesia, for inviting my college to co-host this international conference and to have me as one of the keynote speakers. I would also like to convey my sincere thanks to all the participants of this conference, whether attending in person or virtually. Last year, UNJ hosted its first international conference on humanities, education, and social sciences. And as one of the keynote speakers at the conference, I was quite impressed and delighted with the outcome, which prompted me to think about the possibility of co-hosting the conference in question. The past May, when we at Asia University held our annual international conference entitled the First International Conference on Humanities, Education, and Social Praxis in the Age of the New Normal, we had the honor to invite UNJ as a co-host and Professor Dr. Hafid Abbas as one of our keynote speakers. I hope the collaboration in this regard will continue as one of our sustainable partnership mechanisms. The theme of this second International Conference on Humanities, Education, and Social Sciences at UNJ, Innovative Education to Embrace Adaptability and Transformation for Society 5.0 era, highlights timely and incisively the urgency and importance of changing the whole education landscape, especially in the higher education sector. Given the fact that change is the only constant in the world today, how to cultivate our young talent, to develop resilience, and to embrace adaptability has become a priority education agenda. There at UNJ and here at AU, Taiwan, both institutions have recognized the need to teach our students the essential skills to learn how to learn so that they can acquire the competency to develop their various sustainable careers. As an educator myself, I believe this conference will bring to the forefront some key issues that need to be addressed immediately to assure our school is fulfilling its mission as a university in the 21st century. I wish this conference a great success. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are coming to second co-host of the event, Professor Dr. Stephen Dobson from Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand. The time is yours, sir.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. This means hello everybody in the Māori language, one of the languages in New Zealand. My name is Professor Stephen Dobson. I'm the Dean of Education at Te Heranga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington. Te Heranga Waka means the mooring post where all the boats bring together and they tie their ropes, and it's an important way of understanding our university's great honour to be co-hosting this conference with partners. So, the theme of this conference, Society 5.0, is timely. It's a time when we're living with the increasing presence of robotics, artificial intelligence, data analytics, and the way that some things can be done in a way we haven't done before, letting them or machines or different kinds of technology help and assist us. What does that mean to education? For over 100 years, if you go to most faculties of education around the world, you will find a discussion about collaborative learning, about learning cognitively through your mind. And this is about the science of learning and teaching. There'll be certain names that are mentioned, famous researchers, philosophers of education, scientists. But I would argue we need to create places where we can discuss what happens to education and the way we teach and learn if we consider the arrival of a new Society 5.0. We have to also think, how does that change pedagogy? For me, it's very simple. It's about what I call the pedagogy of connectivism. Connectivism, it's the idea that education is not so much now about teaching children to learn everything and reproduce it. It undoubtedly still involves collaborative learning and the idea of cognitive learning, but the new thing is, and we've seen this increasingly, it's about learning to connect with knowledge when you need it, anytime, any place. And for the generation coming through now, they're thinking, why do I have to put things in my memory? I may never use it. It's much more important to know how I can connect to knowledge, to solve the things I need to solve, problem solving, or to answer the questions I need to. In effect, it's a new way of thinking about pedagogy. Just to be clear, not saying collaborative learning is not important to learn about, or cognitive learning and teaching, but to say there's a new layer, and this conference is the opportunity to combine and discuss. So, in order to go forwards into this new Society 5.0, we need to look backwards over our shoulder at the way we've done things. What needs to be changed? How can we move and recalibrate and adjust the ways we learn? And I'm very happy that this conference theme provides that opportunity for what is the first of many, many conversations. I wish everybody a great conference and a great opportunity to begin and to continue these conferences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Stephen Dobson.
Now we will come to the opening remarks from Rector Universitas Negeri Jakarta, which will be presented by Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Professor Dr. Suyono. Stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Professor Dr. Komarudin MSI, the Honorable Director of Postgraduate Program UNJ, Professor Dr. Dedi Purwana, Deputy of Academic Affairs, Professor Dr. Wardani Rahayu, Deputy of Finance and General Affairs, Professor Dr. M. Jafar, Deputy of Student and Partnership Affairs, Professor Dr. Insinyur Arita Marini, our estimate partners, Professor Dr. Ying Hui Chen from Asia University, Taiwan, and Professor Dr. Stephen Dobson from Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand. Representative from PT Jaya Konstruksi, Bapak J.K. Al-Habibi Aditya, PN. Representative from Bank Mandiri, Ibu Ita Setiawati, Bapak Yoga Sulis Tiono, Bapak Adam Fikri. Representatives from PT Pegadaian, Ibu Olivia Gesela, and Ibu Melisa Diantini. Distinguished speakers and all participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Director of UNJ, I'm honored to welcome you to the second International Conference on Humanities, Education, and Social Science. This year, its theme is Innovation Education to Embrace Adaptability and Transformation for Society 5.0 era. We are now living in technology-enhanced society that allows us to work faster and easier. Things that we could only see in the movies are now becoming a reality. For example, self-driving cars. However, and if we cannot keep up, this can be a disruptive time. The development of technology destroys jobs, but at the same time creates new jobs. We need to raise our awareness of the opportunities and challenges of the technology-enhanced society, or known as the Society 5.0. Therefore, we cannot wait any longer to start preparing ourselves for Society 5.0. Universitas Negeri Jakarta, as a teacher education institution, plays an essential role in educating the nations to be competitive as well as leading in the Society 5.0. Educational reform by focusing on digital literacy, providing access to technology in the classroom, developing teacher competencies is necessary to prepare our students for the future. ICITs bring together experts in education to share and discuss their research and current development and innovation in education. In this opportunity, I would like to express my gratitude to our distinguished speakers, Professor Dr. Reka Kaul from Curtin University, Australia, Professor Dr. Hafid Abbas from Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Indonesia, Professor Dr. Ying Hui Chen from Asia University, Taiwan, Professor Dr. Quen Fung Knit, the Education University of Hong Kong, Professor Dr. Fauzia Samin from Ziauddin University, Pakistan, Professor Dr. Wolfgang Hasberg from University of Cologne, Germany, and Professor Dr. Stephen Dobson from Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand. A special thanks to the Director of Postgraduate Program, UNJ, Professor Dr. Dedi Purwana, Asia University, Taiwan, and University of Wellington, New Zealand, as the co-host of ICITS 2020, the head of the organizing committee, Professor Arita Marini, and all members of the organizing committee for their hard work and dedication in conducting the second ICITS. I hope everyone have an amazing time in this conference, and I hope you will find it intellectually stimulating and rewarding. Lastly, I declare This conference officially open. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Suyono.
The next agenda is a prayer led by Professor Dr. Agung Purwanto. To Professor Dr. Agung Purwanto, the audience is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let's pray together to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala with all humility and hope. May Allah grant it. Non-Muslim attendees are welcome to adjust. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin sayyidil mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa qarabatihi wa ahli ta'atika ajma'in wa alaina ma'ahum birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. O Allah, the most powerful, the wise, your power covers the universe infinite. Your wisdom is reassuring to the soul without blemish. We, who are limited in power, have imperfect policies. We bow our hearts to you and beg for supplication. O Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, by your grace and favor, shall second International Conference on Humanities, Education, and Social Sciences, I said, 2022 can be held. With your permission and blessing, the second virtual ISET will be carried out until the end of July 17, 2022. Carrying them innovative education to embrace adaptability and transformation for society in the 5.0 era. This conference aims to facilitate researchers, practitioners, students, and policymakers to share their thoughts on the latest trends in humanities, education, and social sciences. Oh God, make the second virtual ISET a milestone in the struggle to foster and increase unity, togetherness, and friendship between nations, between countries. Struggle together to create a quality world community, reaching the pinnacle of impeccable proud achievement while maintaining the noble values of culture, honor of religion, nation, and country. Ya Allah, God is the most protecting. Maintain the unity and integrity of nations, maintain peace and harmony among nations. Take care of us, all citizens of nation. Thank God. Here we pray to the omnipotent, You are in the very center of my prayer. God is indeed forgiving, merciful. Rabbana taqabbal minna, innaka antas sami'ul alim, wa tub alaina, innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah, wa fil akhirati hasanah, wa qina azaban nar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun, wassalamun alal mursalin, walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Agung Purwanto.
Game terus. Sepeda terus. Daster terus.
Mas, bobanya satu ya.
Boba terus. Terus. Terus, 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 terus. Terus, 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 terus. Kalau terus-terusan boros, kapan nabungnya? Yuk mulai nabung. Nabung. Tabungan Mas di Pegadaian Digital aja. Ada promo mulai nabung hingga akhir tahun. Top up-nya bisa pakai kode promo gajian Mas yang ada di setiap bulannya. Kamu bisa dapat diskon hingga Rp250.000. Download aplikasi Pegadaian Digital dan mulai nabung dari sekarang. Yuk mulai nabung Mas sekarang untuk masa depan yang cemerlang. Nabung terus ya.
To the main agenda of the conference. We'll divide it become 7 keynotes and 4 parallel sessions. And the parallel sessions will be conducted tomorrow. The first presenter, Professor Dr. Stephen Dobson from Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand. They will be moderated by Ms. Ade Dwi Utami, PhD. The time is yours.
The Honorable Guest, Professor Dr. Suyono, the Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Director of Postgraduate Program, Professor Dr. Dedi Purwana, ASM Bus. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon from Indonesia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome everyone to the first keynote speaker session in the second International Conference on Humanities, Education and Social Sciences. My name is Ade Dwi Utami, and I will be your moderator today for this session entitled Learning Inclusion in a Digital Age, Belonging and Finding a Voice, the Role of Storytelling. For our first keynote speaker session, You'll be hearing a presentation from Professor Stephen Dobson. But unfortunately, today, Professor Stephen Dobson couldn't make it to join us here online due to certain circumstances. However, Professor Stephen Dobson has prepared several videos to deliver his presentation. And before we get started to the main video presentation, allow us to introduce Professor Stephen Dobson from Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand. And here is a video profile of Professor Stephen Dobson.
Finding the right chemistry. The world is at change. We are moving away from fossils into renewables. My children's source of energy will be cleaner and never-ending, hopefully. At some point, this caught my interest. I wanted to harvest the sun and move silent down the river in my boat by putting the energy back to the river. Norway is a country of early adopters to electric cars. Used lithium batteries are piling up and are quite easy to get your hands on. I decided to reuse some old batteries to build a new battery based on my needs. At the first boat ride, my children responded, "Father, the batteries looks kinda heavy, and why is the speed so slow?" My kids were kinda disappointed. I replied, "Just now, it may be heavy and slow, but if we continue to try and solve this, it will get better over time." We will find the right chemistry.
Tena koutou, tena koutou, tena koutou katoa. This means hello everybody in the Māori language. Thank you very much for attending this pre-recorded lecture. I'm sorry I can't be with you. Today I will be talking about learning inclusion in the digital age. belonging and finding a voice, the role of storytelling. I'm interested in for me, this combines the digital 5.0, with something we've always had, stories, the importance of telling stories. And in the time of COVID, we've lived in a state of in between what we've always had, teaching in classrooms, to something where it's been very digital, learning from home. And I would argue this in between world of what we've had and where we're going to, the 5.0, is very much about taking in use resources and ways of teaching and exchanging experience. We've always had stories. Great teachers tell stories. Digital stories, they are about how we can package our learning in the form of a story and exchange it. Children know about TikTok. This is another form of storying, but this time in the educational setting. When we tell stories, what we are doing is we're converting knowledge we might have learnt from a teacher or from another student, and it becomes part of our identity. We turn knowledge into a fund of knowledge, a storehouse of something which is part of our identity. We build ourselves through and with stories. What sometimes is called Bildung, making a picture of yourself, the German word. Now, a famous lecture by somebody called Adorno in 1966 was, what is the meaning of education? For him, he did not want to education, or education had to stop us having a new Auschwitz or war. All education was about this. For me, well, how do we do this? How do we transfer or teach the important values of looking after other people, of sharing our experiences of COVID? How do we develop this as part of knowledge? Now, classic digital stories actually began in the 1990s. They were about 3 minutes long, and they were filmed by the person, or filming a person they knew, when they told their own story, adding sound, images, music. We can now make them with Google, Flipgrid or Vimeo. You would already, I hope, have seen one that somebody made recently in June. A short story, 2 minutes and 5 seconds, looking forwards, explaining their experience of the future and climate, and taking old batteries to reuse them to make a new battery to power a motorboat. Green energy. That's an example. So let's look at stories and, of course, digital stories. Something which can exist in 5.0 society. Something which is about connecting or connectivism. That, how do we teach that kind of using the digital in an educational setting? So what has happened to truth? Could be a form of thinking that we find in the 1980s onwards, is that it's not just in science that we have truth. When we tell stories, we also communicate truth. The classical story was a beginning, a middle, an end, with some kind of storyline or plot. In social science, including education, sociology, geography, history, there was the view that narratives can also become a form of science. And let us think of Western science. Might say, you have to research, you need numbers, you need to go out and collect data. But folk science, maybe it's over many hundreds of years of accumulated knowledge, which is just as valuable, maybe even looking at the same thing. It is a folk science, which is often packaged in a different way, not through numbers, not through computing, by telling stories, connecting it with beliefs. It's still a form of science, but we have different forms of science. And what's important with folk science is that communication, not through writing journal articles, but by talking about it. In Arabic, min al-zara. In Latin, by the living voice. Think of assessment, which is asking somebody to talk about their knowledge, not to show a research report, not to show how many interviews they've done or how many samples they've done. In Chinese, dabian. It's about that idea of talking about your knowledge in the form of packaging it in stories can be very different to a Western view of science, which is based upon sampling, very strict methodologies. But it's still science. And this kind of came through very much in the 1990s, and it's been popularized in, for example, the art of storytelling, and what we're interested here, digital storytelling. So, what do stories do? They communicate experience. A famous book after the First World War in German, published in 1927 in German and then 1928 in English. It was about the horrors of the First World War, when terrible casualties and deaths occurred. In Westen nichts Neues, in the West nothing new, translated to a different title, All Quiet on the Western Front. So what happened at the end of the book? It's all quiet, the war is finished, it's stopped, and people Think about what's happened. And a person called Walter Benjamin, 1930s, said, at the end of this giant war, the First World War, people returned home from battle, silent, not richer, but poorer in experience to communicate. How were they going to tell these stories? They'd witnessed terrible things. They didn't know how to do them. It wasn't easy to talk about them. Let's think for a moment, COVID. My colleague Donna Pendergast and I wrote, and I've been writing about this idea of that in-between zone when things are uncertain, COVID time. What stories do we tell of COVID? How do we share our experiences? Stories can be so important because they teach us resilience, how to manage difficult experiences, how to share different experiences. They give sense to what may seem to lack sense. And this is crucial to digital storytelling, because we're connecting with that whole idea. Stories can communicate knowledge, they can can tell us about skills, but they can also communicate wisdom or wise words, advice, how to judge things, to make good judgments. We all know how valuable it is. So what do stories do? They give us advice in difficult times. They can also share good things in good times. So how do we create digital stories? My colleague, Azra Moed, has taught science for over 40 years. And now she looks back. And she talks about small stories she has created. She hasn't turned them into digital stories, but we could imagine her doing this. They are small experiences of being a science teacher and what it means in different situations. Here is one. On the next slide, I have it in all Bahasa, so I'll just move to that for everybody. So the child, sorry, not the child, the Azra, the teacher, is telling how she came to the school one day, and the school principal came in and said, "Are you missing something?" A kind of a bracelet or something, and she said, "Oh yes, I am." And he tells the story of how a student brought it in the week before, 22 karat gold, and the student has said, "I think this belongs to my teacher, Azra Moed." I think after we finished doing our experiments, we were looking at, can gold conduct electricity? And I think she lost it on the field outside when the children were playing and she was watching after the lesson. And she concludes, what did I learn? Yes, you can trust students. And this was the advice from this story about how children can be trusted. Now, in digital storytelling, what would happen is the first stage is you consider, what story do you want to tell? For me, I would tell a digital story about how I was born in Africa. My dad worked in Zambia, my father, on the copper mines. I then moved to England with my family. And then I moved to Norway as a young adult and lived there for many years. Had 2 children. And then my wife and I decided to go to Australia. to learn better English, or our children to learn better English. Now I'm in New Zealand. So this would be my story which I would work on, and a digital story is about 250 words, 150 to 250, short. It can be about anything you consider important about you, an experience, something about being a teacher, something about learning, teaching, an important person in your life. Then you're in a small group of maybe 4 or 5, and you have what is called a storytelling circle. So you will all have your own stories, and you write them down and you tell them to the people in your circle. They give you advice, you change it, you modify it. This is all stage 1, and it takes time. Selecting the story you want to tell, it may be very personal, but whatever you tell in that circle remains in the circle. It's part of the experience of the 4 or 5 of you. You can do this with students as well. Stage number 2 is to find a digital platform, Flipgrid, Vimeo. There are many around. And then you have your own story, and you collect images, and you put those as one part of your story. Then you speak and record, just like I'm recording. And you add maybe music in the background, and you put some words on the beginning, what's the title of the story, at the end, and then you save it, and that is your digital story. Sounds very simple. And then you collect them, and of course you have to keep permission to share them, and then maybe you have a film time when all the different people who've been making these stories, maybe 5 storytelling circles of 5 people, that's 25 stories, and you have a film time when you show all of the stories and share your experiences. These can be stories that talk about hopelessness, anxiety, how you've mastered things, how you share what's important to you, your relationships with family, friends, colleagues, how you manage to manage a difficult situation. That's the pattern of how we make digital stories. A story, you craft it, write it down, and then you convert that story into something which you put on the video, the classical digital story. How can we assess digital stories? Are they useful? What is a good story? The clue in digital stories in an educational setting is about the process. The product is important, but it's the way to the process. That's the learning piece. That will have different colours or experiences or emotions for people. Sometimes people use a lot of time thinking, what exactly is the story I'd like to tell? Why this story? And people in your story circle will help you with this. So we're assessing the process should be safe and secure. You don't feel threatened by the people in your group. And the product will have different degrees of quality. It doesn't matter, sometimes people, they look like Hollywood movies in quality, or that sometimes they're just talking with the same background. Just like a friend telling a story to you. There are no rules, but the process is important, and that must have meaning. What does that really mean? It's about feedback in the process. So we're looking at building in feedback from other people in your circle, giving feedback learning to give feedback, learning to receive feedback. What we would call in education assessment for learning. As you are learning and creating your story, you're also receiving an assessment from others and giving it to them in return for their stories. Assessment as learning, that's about being able to assess yourself. Oh, I do like this story because I think it tells something about me or about an important person I know. So the first criteria, or criterion, is to what extent have you developed your skills in feedback, giving it and receiving it? To what extent have you learned to assess yourself? Have your own standards, develop those. Get your goals or manage to achieve your goals in this exercise. And how inclusive is it? For me, the point of storytelling is it develops a sense of belonging. It's not about counting how many people like you or dislike you, how many people are in your networks. It's that sense of, the hard to measure sense of, I belong. I belong with this group of 4 or 5. I belong with the group of 25 when we all share our stories. We create a sense of belonging. We belong to each other in sharing these stories. How do we all share our experience of COVID? Children who've missed out on schooling for 1 year, maybe 2. They graduate from school. How do they look back over their memories of that time? Can we develop small digital stories where they share their experiences? They develop that sense of belonging to those experiences, and those experiences belong to them. And this happens in a digital space. In the project called Leader, the one to the right here, above in this slide, Learning in a Digital Age, we were interested in working with people who maybe weren't very good at school. Maybe they were migrants in a new country struggling to understand the country, the language, the rules, the culture. Vulnerable people with different needs. And we've worked to give these people, bring them together and learn the skill of making their own digital stories, to talk about themselves and to give them the power of a voice and the sense of belonging again. It might be belonging and all sharing a terrible journey to the country or a terrible experience of how you learn about this new culture or this country. Refugees would be a good example. So it's a skill to actually learn to make digital stories, but also to teach about how to make these. And the lecture is called, like this project, Learning Inclusion. How do we learn about inclusion? How do we develop the skills to be more included and to help others to be more included and belong? For me, this is central in, again, connectivism. How do we connect to others? Through digital stories, using digital devices. To make human what sometimes seems not human. Working with digital spaces, Zooms, or Teams, or other digital platforms. It's the task of education to learn, even as we go into Society 5.0, we can develop a sense of belonging, caring for others, listening to others, sharing with others. What do stories do? And how can we assess the success of them? Do they increase our understanding of other worlds and the worlds of other people? Can they understand our worlds? This is important when different cultures mix, different kinds of people mix. Many different children in the same classroom. How can they understand their backgrounds, their needs? Digital stories are a way of expressing this. And I'm reminded of one of my favourite theatre playwrights called Bertolt Brecht. He wrote about two imaginary people having a conversation, two refugees. They would meet in a cafe in the Second World War, and they were refugees away from their homeland. And they would talk about their experiences. And one of them for me is this experience. What does it mean? With stories, we try and create a certain kind of order for things which appear to lack order. We give them a beginning, a middle, an end. We give them some forms of connection. We make sense of our experiences. And in this play, there's one of the characters who says the following. You could say, disorder is when nothing is in the right place. That's what you could say. Whereas order is when the right place has nothing at all. It's not accepted. For me, I think about this phrase many times and try to understand what he was saying. Was he saying there is no place for order in a society that doesn't allow order? Might be in war. Maybe he's saying we want to get rid of disorder and only have the right place. That could be peace. For me, it's a paradox. He wrote this sentence to make us try and think exactly what is order and disorder in our own lives, the communities around us, in a school, in a society, globally. He helps me to understand my own world, my own thoughts, and another person's world or thoughts. So, to summarize my almost last slide, sometimes we make digital stories about a person in our childhood who's been important to us, a grandmother, a grandfather, a certain adult, a teacher, a brother, a sister. Sometimes it's an object. I'll show you an example. So, for me, my favourite watch is this watch here. It's a very thin watch, 7mm. This belonged to my grandfather on my mother's side, so that's my mother's father. And this watch sorry about that. People ring you when you're doing your recording, and I apologize. Anyway, I was talking about this object. So it's a precious object to me. It belongs to my family, and I could write a digital story about my grandfather, where this watch was, why did he get it. It's an object of value. We could talk about something in the future, a climate challenge. So there are many kinds of digital story we might want to create. People, objects, the future, the past. And for me, it's a rich way of communicating experience, advice. And for me, it is a different kind of science. There's a saying, what is it that you remember after you've forgotten everything you have learnt? I'll say that again. When you leave school or university or wherever you've been learning, what is it that you remember after you've forgotten all of those lessons, all of those pages you've read? Is it something else that you remember? A sense of being a person? It's that thing that you carry with you. It's hard to explain. Often in digital stories, we almost obtain that. It's that thing which we don't normally put into words. It's not the curriculum. It's that sense of who we are and where we belong or don't belong. So if you get a chance, please enjoy developing digital stories. However you want, just remember the process is about creating those small stories in a group, and what happens in the group remains in the group, and then transforming them into a digital footprint. I hope you have a good conference, and you can explore what Society 5.0 means in different ways as technology reaches our other forms of learning.
Our apology, ladies and gentlemen. So actually, after the video profile, there we are continue to the video of Professor Stephen Dobson explaining about the topic of his presentation about digital stories. And what an interesting topic to be discussed in the field of educational practices, the use of film in collecting data and finding voices in doing research on children's experience. And moving on to the next video, we're gonna see a sample of the implementation of digital story in the based on Professor Stephen Dobson. Okay, my mistake. The implementation would be played for the in the video. So we come to conclude the end of our presentation here. We can see how such an inspiring presentation from Professor Stephen Dobson, who has addressed an interesting topic on digital stories. It brings a new understanding of how to collect data in doing qualitative research in the field of children's studies and teaching practices. Learning inclusion in a digital age help us to see how the role of storytelling here, using film and as a data collection, and how to interpret the data in understanding the voice from different perspectives in the research. And I think that's all. We do hope that in the future, these digital stories can be explored more and then implemented in our research in the Indonesian context. Before we close it, we would like to thank our beloved speaker, Professor Stephen Dobson, and all the audience for all the attention. And thank you, and wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Game terus. Sepeda terus.
Wah.
Daster terus.
Mas, bobanya satu ya.
Boba terus. Terus. Terus.
Speaker, Associate Professor Reka Cole. Reka, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here very much.
Okay, thank you, Reka. So we will move to the next keynote. Associate Professor Reka Cole from Curtin University, Australia. She will talk about the internationalizing education in globalizing world. Before we come to the speech, we would like to listen to the video profile of our keynote speaker. Thank you very much. So we will move to the speech, the lecture by Reka. So if you would like to see the internationalization is a part of the innovative in education regarding we facing the global challenge regarding the transformation process. We agree that the internationalization is important, but at the same time we also face the challenge, especially regarding the transformative education itself. So we would like to listen from you, Reka, regarding the issue as well as the opportunity and challenge as well. Thank you.
Can I take the stage now, Yuli?
Yes, yes, please.
First of all, let me congratulate UNJ for convening one more impactful meeting where academics from all over the world are coming together. And it's such a lovely, lovely occasion. I was down with COVID a week and a half back. I wouldn't have thought in real world that I'll be able to meet with my colleagues, dear colleagues, again. And this presentation today, I'm presenting from Northern India, where I came to look after my dad. So isn't it a wonderful stand to stand how globalization and internationalization has brought us together? So what I thought, I have prepared some slides, but instead of slides, I may use the main slide for capturing your attention. I'm most of the time going to talk to the audience, and after that, we can have a question answer session. Hope that's okay with all of you.
Yes, Reka.
So when we talk about the internationalization and globalization of education, we always talk about developing linkages. In my role as Dean International, there were many universities around the world talking about developing those linkages, which linkages can be developed at local, national, and global level. And why do we do this? Because connected institutions provide wider range of experience for their students and staff. Thus, the experience is enhanced. I, as a Curtin University employee, have been interacting. We have an MOU between UNJ and Curtin, and interacting with staff in UNJ. And that has really enhanced my perspective of knowing. Same way, when we get students from different geographical regions, it doesn't have to be only international. Even at local levels, when I look at Indonesia, the different regions of Indonesia have very different culture. Exposing students from one culture to the other culture, one institution within Jakarta, you will have many, many institutions with its own culture. But when we expose them to different types of universities, different types of institutions, the experience gets enhanced. For enhancing this experience, it incorporates learning about cultures, geographies, histories, and current issues of all the world regions. We generally like to think that world is unanimous, have a similar experience. But what happens here, we expose students to different culture, and it emphasizes interconnectedness and diversity of people and their histories. What happens through this is it helps staff and students develop their capacity to be informed, open-minded, and responsible people who are responsive to diverse perspectives. Global education prepares us to address the world's most pressing issues. But what we do when we have a global education, we have these pressing issues, we address to them collaboratively, equitably, and sustainably, which is really important. Once we do it collaboratively, equitably, and sustainably, we develop solutions together. One of the key components of connectedness of higher education is student and staff mobility across region and countries.
Reka?
There are a number of reasons why students decide to study abroad in their first place, including to gain knowledge, cross-cultural communication, experience, cultural immersion, language skills, employment opportunities, global insights, and to become more competitive for local and international jobs.
Reka,
Living
sorry.
Yeah.
Reka, do you share
Yes.
the screen? I mean slideshow, because it's not yet
No,
moving.
I'm not using slideshow. I'm
okay.
speaking. I decided to go for a lecture.
Okay, okay. So
Do you
but
really
we-
want slideshow? I can do that, but I thought it's better for me to talk about what I think instead of bringing in pictures.
Yeah, because in the screen there is your slides as well, and then but we cannot see the full slide.
Okay, let me take it off then.
Okay.
Is this okay?
Yes.
You can
yes,
see me
please.
now?
Yes.
One of the components of connectedness of higher education is student and staff mobility across region and countries. There are a number of reasons why students decide to study abroad in first place, including to gain knowledge. Like I know Yuli came to Curtin University, but in addition to gaining knowledge, there happens lots of cross-cultural communication, which results in experience and cultural immersion. Language skills get enhanced. Since I started coming to Jakarta, I learned a bit of Bahasa Malaysia. And it does enhance people's employment opportunities, gives them global insights, and to become more competitive for local and international jobs. Living abroad and blending with local culture also increases both cognitive flexibility and integrativeness of thought, which are critical components of creativity. When we talk about 21st century skills, creativity is one of the major skills to be taught. And teachers really struggle to teach creativity and measure it. But research has established that if students are sent abroad or are exposed to a new culture, their cognitive flexibility increases, and then they can integrate their learning into their life. But one of the issues what I am going to talk about today is there is a continuous and large flow of students from emerging to developed economies due to the attractiveness of culture, infrastructure, high quality education, international diaspora, scholarships, and job opportunities. International mobility in last few decades has become a multi-million-dollar industry. However, the flow of students to emerging economies is much lower, leading to an imbalance of student mobility, intellectual knowledge, and widening of the internationalization divide of higher education institutions. Thus, there is an urgent need to understand underlying factors and influences which motivate student destination of choice in relation to emerging economies. And Indonesia is one of the emerging economies. I would like to see in next few years, Indonesia becoming a major provider of education, and in neighboring countries, students choosing Indonesia as their destination of choice. I would like to see more and more Australian students coming to Indonesia for a degree. It may not happen with one of the Indonesian universities, but if we develop that type of linkages where students can do part of their degree in one institution in a developed economy and part in a developing economy, that's how we can bring internationalization of education in globalized world in real sense. Studies have reported a clear correlation between time spent abroad and creative output. And I'm sure most of the students, ex-students of Curtin who are sitting right now in the audience will not disagree with me. Key is critical processes in multicultural engagement, immersion, and adaptation. Indeed, disappearing geographical boundaries are increasing opportunities for a cross-border career, is compelling higher education students to consider global citizenry and develop such a global mindset. Such a mindset can be nurtured while students are at university via student abroad or student exchange among others. The flow of students in higher education has historically been from developing to emerging economies. As I said, there's a mismatch, and we need to understand underlying factors and influences of students in developed economies in their decision-making processes and to increase the flow of international students to emerging economies. So I would say countries like India and Indonesia need to look at developed economies and what is the mindset of their students there and how can they attract these students to their institutions. Once this is achieved, the benefit of global linkages are going to flow into larger student population instead of only few who move to the developed world. And these student population are the leaders of tomorrow. So research linkages ensure learning from each other, provide basis for studies not possible in one geographical location, about affordances taken for granted practices by making possible comparative studies, leading to publications, larger readerships, and citations and impacts. So the first and foremost collaboration, which I know UNJ is doing really well, is to develop global linkages. And once we start with that, it gives visibility to both the institutions where these linkages have been developed. In addition to research, and these are the most easiest to develop and start with. Educational linkages can be through international students. When students come and enroll in on a full-time basis, which can either involve a scholarship or a tuition fees, which in developed countries can be quite high. In addition to that, what developed countries have started doing, and Curtin University, we are doing it very well, we enroll students in articulated degrees, where students spend some of their time at the host institution, which would be possibly a university in Indonesia in your case. And if the articulated degree has been done with Curtin, part of the time in Curtin universities. But since your university will be running a part of Curtin program, Curtin student also will have that option of doing part of their degree in Indonesia. That's something what I would like to see in future, because this exposes even teaching staff to different articulated degrees from host institution as well as the other institution. And they can either enroll students in their program, and later some students can choose to complete part of their degree in a foreign university, in an international foreign university. In addition to articulated degrees, the other type of enrollment can be cohort admission. That means an overseas university for this, instance, we can think of Curtin University and UNJ. There is a cohort agreement between Curtin University and UNJ. And UNJ will specifically admit students for Curtin program, but these students will do part of their degree in UNJ and finally move to Curtin. And this way, they get exposure of both the institutions and the costs are kept lower. There are some private providers as well, like there is an Upgrad, which is a business. They have students from 85 countries and offices in many, many countries. And they have recently started an office in Singapore as well. The third option is a joint degree, where student gets a degree from both institutions. Curtin University has PhD programs with many universities, and their PhD students come and spend 1 year in Curtin University. For that 1 year, their fees is waived off and they're being paid living allowance, and these students get PhDs from their host institution as well as Curtin University. Other part can be semester abroad, which is the easiest and the cheapest way of getting that international experience. Is students come and spend a semester in a foreign university, but they don't get a degree from that university, but that host institution recognizes the recognition given by a foreign university. In addition to that, you can have short and long-term mobility programs. And in Australia currently, New Colombo Plan, which is was started in 1951 and later on stopped. And somewhere in 2014, our then Prime Minister Tony Abbott, he started New Colombo program, where the aim is to lift knowledge of Indo-Pacific, and many, many Australian students come to Indonesia under New Colombo Plan, but it is funded. Now the question is, where can Indonesia start their global linkages? I would say research is the first one, which to a great extent you are doing, but possibly start a joint high degree by research, where part of the degree students can do in UNJ and part of it can be done in Curtin or any other foreign university. Education potentially run articulated degrees as well as a cohort admission. And this is to be negotiated with your host institutions. You have potential to be a provider for the neighboring countries within Indonesia. Asia and the Pacific is one of the largest and fastest growing regions in the world in terms of economy and social development. In line with global economies, this region is experiencing changes associated with the fourth industrial revolution. Despite notable achievements in economy, growth in recent decades, equity in growth continues to be elusive, resulting in increasing inequalities, like what happened at the time of COVID. Many students didn't have access to ICT, which was really very important for sustainability, entrepreneurship, as well as foundational for transferable skills such as critical to empowering learners to become more resilient, adaptable to rapid change, and drivers of their own future. So, Sustainable Development Goals recognize the urgent need to bridge the worlds of education and employment and ensure a solid educational and skills foundation for all, including young people, to make that leap of world of work. In essence, what I'm saying is yes, education is important, but shift from knowledge to skills is also important. And for employability of students, we have to expose them to different types of cultures, different types of learning, so that the employability increases. Thank you. And I would welcome any questions coming from your end.
Thank you very much, Reka. So I write down several points regarding the internationalization lead to the new cultures and also its influence. Since we exposure with the multicultural environments, it's also influenced us to think about the global mindset. And also, Reka has been mentioned regarding different types of collaboration in international levels, and UNJ at Curtin University has developed several collaboration as well. And the third one regarding after the pandemic situation that we have been exposure so many access to the ICT is also develop the internationalization in this context. So the adaptability and then also how we change this our students to regarding the employability, not only having the knowledge but also develop the skills. So Reka, I would like to speak in Bahasa first. Is that okay?
Sure.
Yes. Bapak Ibu, jadi ini topiknya tentang internasionalisasi gitu ya. Biarpun internasionalisasi itu kalau kita lihat debatnya juga ya. Jadi memang dalam konteks positif gitu ya, positif bisa mengembangkan kualitas pendidikan kita, kompetensi mahasiswa atau siswa kita ataupun dosen, guru dan sebagainya. Tapi pada saat bersamaan juga ada tantangan mengenai cost ya, biaya yang memang juga cukup besar gitu ya. Tapi yang Reka tekankan di sini mengenai perubahan mindset, karena kita memang akan berinteraksi dengan budaya yang berbeda. Kemudian ke depan mudah-mudahan kolaborasi bentuknya macam-macam ya. Di antaranya misalnya mau double degree, joint degree. Misalnya kalau konteks di Curtin University Australia misalnya penelitiannya di UNJ, kemudian nanti menulisnya dan sebagainya bisa di Curtin University gitu. Nah itu adalah beberapa peluang yang juga bisa degree ataupun non degree gitu ya. Jadi ada student exchange. Jadi mungkin Bapak Ibu yang ada di Zoom ingin mengajukan pertanyaan dipersilahkan gitu ya. Terkait dengan topik internasionalisasi ini, mungkin dalam konteks dia sebagai sebuah instrumen ya, ways of in education, tapi juga dalam konteks isu-isu yang lain. Silahkan. So, anyone have question? Silahkan kalau ada pertanyaan raise hand. I just see from my mobile phone. Ada pertanyaan Bapak Ibu? Oh gitu, oke. Raise hand probably, Bapak Ibu bisa raise hand kalau ada yang mau ditanyakan. Cukup kali ya. Okay, I think clear, Reka. Probably I will ask the question then.
Yeah, and there is one from Mutia as well.
Mutia, okay. So I have a question regarding the since
Yes.
it is my PhD dissertation as well. What do you think if during the internationalization process we face also the challenge in develop our identity? So since you have been experienced different environment in international levels, so what do you think about the issue of the identity itself? Thank you.
There is if we are talking about internationalization and globalization, where the gap between the countries and the geographical borders should be narrowed. What happens is once a person comes out of a culture and moves into a different culture, it does impact that person's identity. And their identity doesn't remain static. It evolves into a hybrid identity. You will know it yourself how easily you move between English and Bahasa. And this is first the language. Then it does impact your thinking. But overall, what I know is, and research has established, especially from business point of view, is students or people who are exposed to different cultures, their cognition increases, cognitive abilities increase. That's why I'm promoting. And once their cognitive abilities improve, their identity always moves into a different sphere. And that is something people want to hold on to one identity, but that is very, very difficult because every culture, every place is in constant change. And I'm not promoting development of one culture, but a hybrid culture develops. Expose yourself. When I came to Australia 20 years back, Australia, our Perth was a very different place. But over these 20 years, and Yuli can bear me out, even she would have experienced it, it has changed. So their culture has changed. Our culture changes, which is very difficult to stop, especially in current age of ICT, where the whole world is open to the children. They can see on these smartphones in their pockets, they have the whole world. So that's, yes, it does impact, but it's very difficult for you to keep it sealed.
Yeah, right. So the main point regarding the identity is not fixed also. Yeah, is very important. So Pak Faisal have questions? Yes. Reka, there is Pak Faisal, our lecturers here has the question as well. Yes, please, Pak.
Thank you very much, Bu Yuli. Reka, nice to hearing from you then. There is a question from me. Is there any trick from you to make an international collaboration and smoothly? International collaboration, please.
Yes,
can you please repeat the question?
I would like to have some your advice, advice for the university, how we will making a strategy to make succeed international collaboration.
Yes.
Yes, probably
keeping-
Reka, you also can share the experience as a Dean of International Affairs. So even I think UNJ should more promote. I think we can starting more collaboration, especially for our postgraduate schools, regarding the double degree or joint degree, all the other exchange in non-degree. Thank you.
I would suggest we can look into, to start with, either PhDs or MPhil, double degree, joint degree or double degree. We can have a joint degree where your students do part of degree in UNJ and then come and do maybe last 1 year at Curtin. We recently signed a similar agreement with a university in Thailand. We do have a few agreements with very high performing universities like IITs and ISCs in India. But with those students, English is not a problem. But knowing the IELTS requirement of IELTS scores, I would say starting either MTeach will be difficult because IELTS score is requirement is very high. Maybe MEd, MPhil, or PhD as a joint degree between two institutions to start with. And then if you people are interested, it may not be in education, but other parts, it's a big university. Curtin is a big university. And even in humanities, we have other courses. We could look at articulated undergraduate degree, where students can study for 2 years in UNJ and 2 years in Curtin University, or 1.5, depending on how we complete the courses. That would be the start point. Thank you.
Yeah, that thing that I guess, we will facing the problem with the language. We will facing the problem with the language, and how we will can solve that kind of problems, because
not
they are
every
very limited time to
Yeah,
study.
not every student comes, because I did some articulation agreements with universities in Vietnam. So what they are doing special English programs for their students, which are being supplied by Curtin University. Curtin University has a developed English language program, which is being run in fully online mode. And we can bring up the English status of students.
Thank you very much for the offer then.
Thank you.
Reka. Thank you.
Yeah, but usually offline, maybe after a few weeks, we can talk about it and I can put you in touch with the right people.
Thank you. There is a vice director and director of postgraduate schools here. So probably postgraduate in UNJ can follow up the double degree or joint degree with Curtin University. Thank you, Reka. Bu Mutia? Yes, Reka, one more question from Mutia before we move to the next keynote speaker.
Yeah. Can you hear me, Reka?
Yeah, very well. Glad to.
How are you?
Pleasure to hear you. Good, thanks, dear.
Yeah, so Universitas Negeri Jakarta are going to go to international standard, but somehow in Indonesia, some way we will face, as said by Pak Faisal, the languages, and then of course the culture. There is a barrier. Somehow some people doesn't like to change. Would you like to give us some advice how to solve this problem? Thank you.
I agree with you, Mutia, but we don't have to take 100% population with us to start with. Even if 0.1% of the population comes and starts working and they become the role models, and that's how change will start. Some people are resistant, but um, I'm seeing a lot of change in UNJ. When I first came to UNJ, there were very few students who could speak in English. And now here you see, for last 5 years, you are hosting international conferences in English. Most of you are speaking in English and very good English. You are publishing papers in English, and change has started there. The seeds of change have been sown by you. Now it's all up to you how you will nourish this plant and let it grow. And it will happen. People who are resisting change, don't force them. And because they are also genuine and they believe in their values. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Bu Mutia. Thank you so much, Reka. So the power of the group of change, Bu Mutia in UNJ. So we can move together to influence the others as well. Thank you very much, Reka, for the keynotes, and then stay safe in India, and then hopefully we can meet again in Jakarta on in Perth, and then
Yes.
continue our collaboration.
Yeah, we need to develop those. Thank you.
Okay, and Pak Eri, do you have any? One more, Reka.
Sure.
Yeah, is from the head of study program of basics
thank you.
education. Thank
you.
you.
Bu Yuli. Reka, so you mentioned that the joint degree. So what do you mean by joint degree? Because in Curtin, so you have to qualify, you know, the procedure of, we can do like a joint degree between University of UNJ and the Curtin University, because you maybe will examine some of the courses offered here in UNJ, and then how these courses say that's qualified. Yeah, because there are some courses offered in the Curtin University, and some offer courses here in UNJ. And then when the courses in UNJ, you can say that this is qualified. You mean the courses, because now we are moving forward to the international qualification assessed by the ACAS. So what's the aspect that you want to examine from our courses?
It starts with, surprisingly, Curtin doesn't approach universities for joint degrees. But Curtin is approached by other universities for joint degrees. For example, I'll say UNJ wants to do a joint degree in, let's say, journalism, Master of Journalism, and we will have a joint degree with Curtin University, or any other course, Master of Chemistry. So Curtin should have that degree, and UNJ should be offering that course. Then UNJ sends all its courses to Curtin, and a committee within Curtin is formed who match the courses, what we call the articulates the degrees, articulates the courses between what you are offering and what we are offering. So then if it's let's say it's a master's degree, in first year, what will be the entry requirement of your students, and what will they do in first year? How much will they complete? And then they come for 1 year to Curtin, and in that 1 year, the units they will do. Sometimes Curtin thinks that it's not possible for students to finish degree in only 2 years. They may need 2.5 years, or they can even finish it in 2 years. And then they do part of that degree in Curtin, and they can either, it can be an articulated degree or it can be a joint degree, depending on type of contract which has been signed.
Thank you.
We do have joint PhD degrees where students get PhDs from their host institution as well as Curtin University.
Yeah, I remember the student from UNESA Surabaya come to Curtin to do the master degree, isn't it, Reka? That several students from UNESA Surabaya that come to our program at that time.
Yes, in past, we used to have quite a few students from University Gajah Mada
Yeah.
and University Malang, not
Yeah.
Malang.
Surabaya.
No, the other, it's a hill resort. Usually where we went, you took us.
Bandung.
Bandung, University
Yeah.
of Bandung, and
Yeah.
they would do joint degrees in architecture.
Okay.
Interior architecture, we had quite a few Indonesian students at one point. And last year, University of Gajah Mada did approach us. We do have English writing programs with Universitas Indonesia.
UE.
And we're like students doing undergrad English writing programs with us. And these are articulated degrees.
Okay. Thank you very much, Reka. Stay safe
you.
and see you again. Bye-bye. Terima
Bye.
kasih Bapak Ibu.
Bye-bye. I'll be here for the next session.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will come to the third presenter, Professor Yingwei Chen from Asia University, Taiwan. The moderator for this session is Mr. Eri Utomo, PhD. Mr. Eri, we hand over the audience to you.
Tes. Tes. Thank you very much, Professor Chen. Hello, Professor Chen. Okay, for the next presenter is Professor Yinghui Chen from Asia University of Taiwan. So his title is about the English medium instruction in Taiwan higher education. So he will discuss about the issue of the English of medium instruction in Taiwan higher education in the context of the mission to make a Taiwan bilingual country by 2030. This is a good issue. So because we consider we live in the 21st century, and then based on my observation, and then maybe you also agree that there is a change in the world system of language. The English language has transformed into the global language. This transformation leads to the new term of English,
or English as lingua franca, or ELF. So the important feature of the ELF is an emphasis on its function, and then that is mean of intercultural communication. Therefore, foreign language education should redesign with a few translation to multilingual teaching, in which English is regarded as the language of worldwide communication that doesn't impose any economic or political views. Therefore, in this in this opportunity, Professor Chen will address this issue about the EME in the case of the Taiwan higher education in the context of the mission to make Taiwan a bilingual country by 2030 by using the top or bottom-up policy. I think it's time for you, Professor Chen.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. Let me share my PowerPoint first. Okay. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. If my PowerPoint is clear, first of all, let me take this opportunity to thank the organized committee to invite me as one of the keynote speakers. I was invited last year, and as my opening remark stated, last year I was quite impressed and delighted with the outcome of your international conference, the first international conference. That's the reason why this year, Asia University,
Excuse me, Professor Chen, can you
yes?
make a slideshow? Oh, from you. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry. To make a larger the power.
Larger. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me do it.
From here, Professor Chen. Sorry.
Is it better now?
Nope.
No. Let's see.
You stop
Okay,
share screen, so we will do from here. You stop share
Okay.
screen.
Okay.
Yeah, you stop share screen, so we will do from here.
How come it's not? Okay.
Okay.
Is it better now? Better now?
Not yet. You
It's
stop
okay now?
you stop share screen, Professor Chen.
Yes, I did share.
Okay.
Okay. What happened?
Wait a minute.
Five F. F. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry
It's
about
clear
this. Okay.
Clear enough now.
Oh,
Okay,
now
you
it's
can
better,
start it.
right?
Okay.
Okay, sorry about this. Oh,
It's okay.
I'm not too good at technology. Okay. Okay. Once again, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organized committee to have me as one of the speakers. I know the theme is innovative education, but I chose to talk about EMI. And you might wonder, How does EMI have anything to do with innovation or innovative education? Later on, after my presentation, you might realize actually EMI is a new trend, a new global trend, and EMI has much to do with the so-called innovation in pedagogy. Okay, and this is me. I'm the Dean of the International College. I'm also the Dean of Humanities and Social Sciences, and it's the College of Humanities and Social Sciences which co-hosts this international conference with, the counterpart at UNJ. Once again, thanks for this opportunity. Okay, just give you some idea. This is my university, Asia University in Taiwan, located in central part of Taiwan. It's a garden university. It's a green university. It's based upon the university in Europe. Okay, I think we all know that we are live in the age of the so-called artificial intelligence. Our first keynote speaker talks about artificial intelligence. We also live in the age of 5G or in the age of bioengineering and metaverse. In other words, the characteristics of this age is profound change, is strangeness, is discontinuity, is uncertainty, is flux. Flux means change, is the new normal. A lot of people talk about the new normal because of the pandemic. Actually, the new normal started well before the pandemic. The new normal started when new technology was introduced. Okay? And so I just want to emphasize strangeness, not the pandemic, is the new normal. Okay, so we need to teach our students how to stay relevant, not just economically relevant, but also socially relevant. So our students need to develop the so-called ability to constantly learn, how to learn, and to reinvent themselves. In other words, the key ability to develop resilience or flexibility and to develop some sustainable careers. This is, I think, the key competence we need to cultivate in our students. So as strangeness becomes the new normal, our past experience as a teacher, as a student, actually, or even as, the whole human being will become less reliable guides. So how to live in a world where profound uncertainty is not a bug, but a feature? That is, I think, also one of the themes of this conference, how to embrace adaptability. I think we might all know, the well saying by Charles Darwin. Okay, he said, "Who survived best? Not the best, but the fittest, the survival of the fittest." Okay, so to embrace adaptability is to survive, to be able to adapt to this new world, this new change. So Harari put it, change is the only constant. Okay, nothing remains except change. Okay, nothing remains constant except change. So Harari, in his chapter on education, especially talks about the ability to make sense of information. We already have too much information, but how to make sense of information is more important. In other words, to be able to tell the difference between what is important and what is unimportant, and above all, to combine many bits of information into a broad picture of the world. I think if we listen to Steve Jobs, commencement address at Stanford University, Steve Jobs in particular talks about connecting dots. Dots means pieces of information. We need to have the ability to put all the pieces together to form a whole picture. Okay. And this is the book by Professor Harari called 21 Lessons for the 21st Century. And there's one chapter on education. I think that's chapter 19. And then another important book by Professor Kathy Davidson is so-called The New Education. And she emphasized how to prepare our students to thrive, to succeed in a world of flux, to be ready, okay? So in other words, we need to empower our students to be leaders of innovation and to be able not only to adapt to a changing world, but also to change the world. I think there are several key words here: change, innovation, adapt, okay? So this is what we need to be aware as an educator, as a teacher. In other words, we are living in a world of change. So we need to embrace change. I believe some professor just raised the question after professor, end the speech, saying that many professors refuse to change. If we professors, I'm also a professor, refuse to change, I think very soon we will be wiped out or we will be left behind. Okay, believe me, we are living in the world of change. We need to change. Okay, so then what EMI? EMI, I think Professor Rekha also talks about internationalization. Actually, EMI is one essential component of internationalization. If UNJ, for example, the director of postgraduate just raised the question how to make UNJ program more international. I think if you want to create very international program, you need to begin to implement EMI in your curriculum, because EMI is a new trend in pedagogy. That is the reason why I in particular chose EMI for this topic, for this talk. And I think a very simple definition of EMI is the use of English language to teach academic subjects other than English itself in countries or jurisdictions where the first language of the majority of the population is not English. For example, I'm a professor of English. If I teach my content in English, it's not considered, EMI. Okay, even though it's not fair to all the, professors of English. So you use English language to teach academic subjects other than English itself. That's a very simple definition of EMI. EMI is so-called English medium instruction, or some would say English as a medium of instruction, or English medium instruction, okay? And you might know that EMI is gaining momentum globally as English has become a lingua franca. I will talk a little bit about the lingua franca, English as the world's most common language. So EMI and bilingual policy, because I'm using Taiwan and Asia University as an example to illustrate EMI, to illustrate bilingual policy. I think you might read or learn from the media, from some other sources, that the Taiwan government just announced, actually last year, that Taiwan will become a bilingual country in 2030. In other words, about 8 years from now, Taiwan will become a bilingual country. And I believe, through my knowledge, Indonesia is following suit, is moving in this direction. Vietnam is another country that is moving toward this direction. So whether you like it or you curse it, you like it or you don't like it, I think EMI will become a essential component in a university curriculum. So if UNJ gets started earlier, you might be one of the leading universities in EMI. But if professors refuse, as Professor Rekha just mentioned, that some professor might resist change, then you will be left behind. And I think because Taiwan have bilingual country as the goal. So MOE Taiwan, Minister of Education Taiwan, proposed EMI, English as the medium instruction, for institutions of in higher education. In other words, MOE proposed EMI for all the university in Taiwan. Okay. In other words, if you want to become an international university in Taiwan, you need to, create EMI curriculum. And actually, it's a so-called a stick and carrot policy. Okay, if you implement EMI, you will get a lot of funding from the government. If you refuse to implement EMI, you will be left starving. Okay, no, funding from the government. That's the policy. And also, in particular, EMI is emphasized as a recruitment policy of foreign students in the context of the increasing shortage of Taiwan's, young students. Taiwan is losing, population. We have very low birth rate, probably one of the lowest in the world, just 0.98. Okay, very, very low. Okay, I know Indonesia is a very, very young country. Okay, so perhaps EMI to recruit in the foreign student is not that urgent, but in Taiwan it's very urgent. Also, English ability is regarded as an indicator of a nation's competitiveness in the world. That is the reason why, Taiwan is pushing for bilingual policy. So we have two goals, okay, two objectives. One is the English ability of Taiwan nationals, not just the students. The other is raising national competitiveness, especially the industry competitiveness. Okay, so we have the KPI. If you see the KPI, you come to realize it's quite a high KPI. Next 2 years from now, student reaching CEFR B2. If you are familiar with the CEFR scale from A1, A2, B1, B2, C1, C2. B2 is a very, very high standard. Okay, we need to have 25% of students, of student population, who can reach CFR B2. If you are familiar with IELTS, probably B2 is IELTS 6.5, at least IELTS 6.0. Okay, if you are familiar with the traditional TOEFL, B2 should be at least 550. If the new TOEFL is roughly 93, 94. Okay, so B2 for student is not a very easy benchmark or easy KPI. And then when the country become bilingual, we require 50% of our university students to reach, CEFR B2. Very high KPI from my perspective. Then, of course, the question remains, if students need to reach CFR B2 level, how about the teachers who deliver their contents in English? Okay, it is suggested teachers need to reach CEFR C1 level. I've been to UNJ quite a few times. I know quite a few professors there. Believe me, if you calculate, assess the teacher's English ability of C1 level, probably less than 1%. Less than 1%. That is my calculation. If I'm wrong, please forgive me. Probably less than 1%. Okay, reach C1 level. If the teacher cannot reach C1 level, how can you provide EMI courses? So I think these are the opportunities and also the big challenges for not just the student, but also for the teachers. So some professors are right. They refuse to change because change involves too much challenge, too much risk. Okay, but this is Taiwan's policy. Okay, I think because I'm talking about English, and I just give you some idea about English. Actually, is a hybrid language. Okay, hybrid. Okay, it's a mixed language. Many teachers might not know that English is very hybrid. It's very mixed. Okay, even more hybrid today because when English has become a lingua franca, it becomes more and more localized. Okay, so we allow more and more the so-called regional differences or local varieties. But even in the beginning, English is already quite a hybrid language. You know, this is the origin of English. English, the old English, actually English came from the Germanic language, okay? Old English, Middle English, they are all Germanic, okay? So if you ask which two countries in the world can speak best English, I mean, except, the English-speaking countries, Germany and Dutch. These are the two countries uh, which can speak the best English because English originated from the Germanic, from Germanic. Okay, so the Dutch speak German, the German people speak German, so easy for them to pick up the English language. Okay, 26%, but you'll be surprised to learn 29% comes from French. Okay, especially in the year 1006 when the Norman Duke of France conquered England. Okay, that's when the French language was introduced to English. Latin still occupy 29%. Okay, don't forget before English became the so-called Anglo-Saxon, England was colonized, became one province of the Roman Empire. That's the reason why Latin still occupy 29%. We have Greek 6%, other language 6%, name 6%, name such as, for example, sandwich. Okay, sandwich is the name of a duke in England, for example. Levis, okay, Levis, the blue jeans, for example. These are the names. Okay, and then I think in order to develop EMI, we need to think about how we conceive the English language. Okay, this one perception of the English language in the past. I just quote from Shakespeare, The Tempest. Okay, Caliban is the savage, the native on an island. Prospero, he was the duke from Milan. Okay, and the duke, because of a shipwreck, happened to land on an island quite off the coast of Africa, and then the duke began to teach Caliban, the native, his language. Then what did Caliban said to the duke? You taught me language, okay, and my profit is I know how to curse, okay. So in the past, we learned English to curse the master, okay. Like Nigeria was colonized by the British, okay. Singapore was colonized by the British. Indonesia was colonized by the Dutch, for example. You learn the Dutch, you learn the English language to curse the master. Okay, that's what happened in the past. So English actually, is quite hierarchical. Okay, English representing some social status. English has a lot to do with power relationship. That's what happened in the past. But what happened today? As I said, English has become a lingua franca. Okay, has become a lingua franca. A lingua franca means the world, the world has a common language. Lingua franca means a common language, okay? And the question is, who owns English? So it has a lot to do with our concept. If you are a professor in UNJ, when you refer to English, would you still think English is the language owned by the English-speaking people, by the United States, by the UK, by Australia? If you still have that kind of concept, then it will be very difficult for you to develop EMI. Today, English has become a common language. Who owns English? Nobody. Okay? Nobody owns English. Or you can say everybody owns English. Me, a Taiwanese, born in Taiwan, when I speak English, I believe I own English. English is part of my language. You in Indonesia, even though you speak Bahasa Indonesia, actually, if you speak English, English is part of your language. You own English. This is the conception of English today. So I just want to emphasize, when you think about English as a lingua franca, you have to think about who owns English, okay? And I think Jennifer Jenkins, Professor Jennifer Jenkins, I met her quite a few times. One of the very leading university professors who argue for English as a lingua franca. Once English has become a lingua franca, it becomes questionable who are English native speakers. In the past, at my university, when we want to hire English teachers, we would advertise English native speakers priority. Today, we never use the term because English native speakers is politically incorrect, okay? Because no standard at all. When English has become lingua franca, I think if you have the experience traveling to the UK, if you travel to the south of UK, they speak English. If you travel to the north of UK, they also speak English. If you travel to Scotland, they also speak English. But you immediately realize that even though they speak English, they speak very different English. So even in English-speaking countries, people speak their own dialect. So English will have different types of dialect. If in Indonesia, you speak English, of course, you are speaking one of the English dialect called Indonesian English. Me, I'm speaking English now. I'm speaking Taiwanese English, okay? So just give you some idea, the notion of standard is no longer valid when English has become a lingua franca, okay? So I think if you have English as a lingua franca approach, it involves, I think, two things. One is we need to develop accommodation skills, even though they are considered non-standard, okay? What is more important is the ability to communicate. Whether you speak perfect English or not, today, no scholar would argue for perfect English. In the past, we used to say they speak Queen's English, okay? Queen Elizabeth, Queen's English. They standard King's English, okay? Or in the United States, they used to say they speak Chicago English because Chicago region is considered the standard. But today, no people would make that kind of argument. In other words, English doesn't have a standard form. Number two, we need to familiarize with a wide range of Englishes. I think if you travel to Singapore, Singapore people, they speak Singaporean English. If you travel to the Philippines, they speak different variety of different dialects for English language. So I think this is important, awareness raising. In other words, English is only international to the extent that it is not native English speakers' language, okay? Other people actually own it. I think some professor did ask, Professor Reka about university internationalization. To me, the key the key is the attitude. Internationalization is an attitude. Internationalization is awareness raising. Once you are aware, once you have the attitude, okay, then it's easy for the university to become international. Okay, I think I just use the cover from Newsweek today. No people would say quiz English. Actually, as the subtitle says, non-native English speaker now outnumber native ones 3-1. I think it's published more than 15 years ago. So even the ratio today is even higher. Okay, this is by the economists. The triumph of English, the world empire by other means. In other words, English has become an empire. So because English has become an empire, within the empire, it allows for all types of differences. Okay, and I think word English is this is a very important project by the EU, by the European Union. And I just want to say a few words about word Englishes because it has a lot to do with the implementation of EMI. As I put it here, the widespread use of English as a language of wider communication will continue to exert pressure toward global declining standard. In other words, global standard is declining. Okay, no scholar would say standard English, would use the term. Okay, and more in more countries, English is shifting from foreign language to second language status. In Taiwan, English is still a foreign language, but by the year 2030, okay, 2030, English will become a second language. I believe Indonesia is following this direction. Okay, so once English become a word, lingua franca, English has developed a larger number of local variety. This is the result of English globalization. Okay, so actually, when English has become a word, a lingua franca has become word Englishes, there are some tensions because there are two important functions of the English language. It provides a tool, a vehicular language means a tool for international communication. So we use English as a tool, but don't forget, language itself is also, a so-called cultural identity construction. You construct your cultural identity through the language. If you speak Javanese, you construct your cultural identity as a Javanese. Okay, so it in itself, these two are in conflict. Okay, these two are in conflict. So if you just treat English as a tool, as a vehicular language, of course, the function is for mutual intelligibility. That is the reason why, so long if you get yourself understood in English, your English is okay. Your English is okay. Okay? And for mutual intelligibility, we need to have a common standards, the so-called CFR. And that is the reason why later on I'm going to talk about CFR, Common European Framework of Reference for Language Teaching Assessment. Okay? Okay, so implication in English teaching when English has become, lingua franca, number one is the end of English as a foreign language. Very soon we will see the end of this. Okay, actually, a few years ago, more than 67 nations have English as the primary language of official status. We are not talking about English-speaking countries. These are all, non-English speaking countries. We have 27 countries where English is spoken as a second official language. So if you put this together, is probably more than 90. Okay, it's approaching 100. So very soon, throughout the whole world, English will be spoken either as the primary language of official status or as the second official language. By the year 2030, this will be Taiwan's status. Okay, another implication in English teaching is lowering the age of English learner to primary level. So I think not just in Taiwan, in Japan, in Korea, in Europe too, they lower the age of learning English to the primary level. Okay, I do believe in Indonesia, you also lower the level of English learning. This is one implication. Another implication is EMI. Okay, so EMI, the topic of today actually is a natural development when English has become a lingua franca. So I think I just used the cover of two books to remind you the importance of the development of English language in the future. This is by David Grado, commissioned by the British Council, and he spent quite a few years and come up with this report, The Future of English, a guide to forecasting the popularity of the English language in the 21st century. And because he was commissioned by the British Council, so if you Google the future of English, you can download, copy the whole book. Okay, it's for free. It's published in the year 1997. Okay, this is another book by David Grado in the year 2006. English Next. Okay, and then he put a subtitle, Why Global English May Mean the End of English as a Foreign Language. I think the subtitle makes a lot of sense to us. So in Indonesia, as well as in Taiwan, English is still a foreign language. But when English becomes global, that means English will end as a foreign language. So I think better for us to get prepared for this future. Okay, when English is no longer a foreign language, when English has become a second language. If English has become a second language, all the professors or all the instructors are required, to deliver their contents in English. Unless you are a senior professor like me, I'm approaching my retirement. If I don't want to deliver my content in English, or if I cannot, I simply apply for retirement. But if you are still a young scholar, in your 30s, 40s, or 50s, I think better for you to get prepared for this future. Okay. So another perception of English, I would like to put it here, because a lot of people have the wrong perception that English is just a tool, just a vehicle. Okay, it's just a vehicle. But think about me. I'm a professor of literature. Literature is my discipline. Humanity is my discipline. So English can become not just a tool. English is also, a discipline. Okay. I think, Mutia is a little bit worried about I'm overusing the time. Mutia, don't worry. I can end when time is up. Okay, don't worry. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Professor.
Okay, so I just give you some idea about bilingualism. Okay, this is the definition of bilingualism, and I think you can just go through this. Bilingualism can refer to an individual, or bilingualism can refer to an entire society. This is definition of bilingualism. Some would argue if you want to use bilingualism, at least that person can use two languages very effectively, and this is some number. European, about 56, 38. I think I have to say each of us is bilingual. Okay, each of us. You speak Bahasa Indonesia, you speak Japanese, you speak Balinese, for example. That's bilingual. I speak Mandarin, I speak English, I also speak Taiwanese. More than bilingual, it's multilingual. Okay, And this is another, bilingualism. Actually, if the political or institutional recognition of two language is also bilingual, not just individual. And another bilingual, okay, definition of bilingual. I just give you a full definition of bilingual. Or EMI, very simple definition. I already put it. Actually, EMI is teach in English, not teach English. So if you are English teacher, don't say you are doing EMI. I cannot say I'm doing EMI because I'm an English professor. Okay, you have to teach in English, not teach English. And then this is another definition of EMI. This is, another definition of EMI. But I think here is a good research, finding. A number of studies found that social sciences and natural science are the most represented discipline with EMI teachers in higher education. In other words, if you come from social science, you come from natural sciences, it's easy. It will be easier for you to implement EMI. So how about humanities? How about history? How about philosophy? So is there a limitation of EMI practice? This is something for us to think about, okay? And then I just mentioned CFR, the World English Project. This is the traditional, English learning. In Taiwan, it used to be. I believe in Indonesia, you used to have this kind of model. In Europe, they have this kind of model. They start to learn English at the secondary level, but this is the new, orthodoxy. And I believe if you want to improve people's English ability, you need to adopt this new, orthodoxy. Okay, and then I think to give you some idea what is meant by CEFR, just think about U.S. currency. Okay, if you have U.S. currency, then you have CFR in mind. You use different kind of currency, but U.S. currency is always the reference. Okay, and I think what is good about CFR is the so-called can-do statement from A1 to C2. I always say that if you are English teacher or if you are administrator, you need to be familiar with the so-called CEFR. Okay, so one of the last question is EMI a language policy or is EMI a language pedagogy? At my university, Asia University is private. Who makes the decision? The chairman. Okay, the chairman of the board of trustee. The chairman say, okay, the university practice EMI. We have to follow. Okay, but UNJ is quite different. UNJ is a public university. When rector Komaluddin say, okay, all the university practice EMI, eventually will be he himself only who will practice EMI. Other professor might choose to resist. So this is something for us to think about, okay? Because whether it's a top-down policy or the bottom-up initiative, it has a lot to do with the so-called English and its discontent, okay? Not all the professors, not all the students are good at the English language. If they are not good at the English language, of course, discontent will arise, okay? So I think this is, I just glance, show it over about EMI program at Asia University. We have summer program, we have semester exchange program, we have degree program, we have dual degree program. These are all EMI, in other words, taught in English, okay? And I just quickly go through this. The summer program, the exchange program, and UNJ is quite familiar with our summer program, with our semester exchange program, because every semester, every summer, UNJ does send quite a huge number of students attending this, okay? These are the programs, okay? Then we have EMI dual degree program, okay? And I think at Asia University, we are #1 in Taiwan of student of inbound dual degree program. We also have EMI college. Our college of management was selected by MOERs, the so-called College of EMI. In other words, in this college, all the curriculum need to be delivered in EMI. Okay, and we have EMI workshop for the faculty. Okay, we also send our faculty to University of Queensland for further development. Okay, and we are producing even English newsletter. Okay, for all kind of purposes. I guess this is my conclusion. Mutia is more than happy to see the last slide. Okay, this is a very famous painting by a Chinese painter. An owl. Okay, I show you this. He has two eyes. One eye is open here. Okay, one eye is what? Is closed. So as a professor, we can be the owl. In other words, you can choose to close your eye to EMI, to globalization, as if nothing is happening. Or you can open your eye to embrace EMI, to embrace globalization. So open your eye or close your eye. My conclusion is attitude is all. If you have the right attitude, it's easy to implement EMI. Okay, okay. Thanks for listening. I think I do not overuse my time.
Okay.
Because the previous speaker overused 50 minutes, so it's okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Cheng. It's very interesting discussion. Okay, everybody, do you want to raise the question, or you can ask some important to Professor Cheng, or the audience here?
Yeah, Pak Eri, this is
Okay.
Howell.
Okay, sorry. Please, Pavel.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Chen, for your very enthusiastic presentation. I really enjoyed it. Good. So you can see me. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to switch on the video.
Yeah, we can see you now.
Yeah, okay.
Good.
Right. So I really enjoyed your presentation. My name is Howell Coleman. I'm affiliated with the University of Leeds in the UK, but I live in Jakarta, and I've been cooperating with UNJ on various issues, various matters over the last year. And in fact, tomorrow I'm going to the campus. I'd like to, there are many things I'd like to discuss with you, but I'll just raise two issues, if I may. The first one is about EMI itself. If the objective is to help students become more effective users of English in speaking and writing and so on, is the best way really to make them follow their subject lectures through English? For example, take a chemistry student. We want that student to develop his English or her English. Is it better for him or her to learn English from an English lecturer or from a chemistry lecturer? Obviously, I think the answer is an English lecturer. But EMI assumes that students are going to acquire English and chemistry from the same person. Recently, we did some research on EMI in universities in Indonesia. And we did some research on EMI in Indonesia, and we found the students are not learning their subjects so efficiently. Their chemistry, their knowledge of chemistry is lower if the chemistry is taught to them in English. So it has a negative impact on their learning of the main subject. Also, the subject lecturers are very unhappy about it. They feel that they're specialists in history or chemistry or whatever. Why should they have to teach English as well at the same time? So they don't like it. And then the second point I'd like to raise is that making English appear to be so important can actually be a threat to other languages. And I can see that here in Indonesia. Sometimes it's as though people see English as having high status, and Indonesia as having lower status. This is very sad if that happens. So I think just those 2 points I'd like to make. Oh, and also actually there are many people who are growing very worried about EMI. And one famous one is Robert Philipson. He's written this book on linguistic imperialism, arguing that English is taking over like when the British took over a lot of parts of the world. And this book argues that English is like a monster which is devouring other cultures and other languages. Okay, that's all I'd like to say. But thank you again for your presentation. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for the question. I think to answer your second question first, I would say, you know, English has become a language of opportunity, a language of hope for a better future. Because if you review all the language used in the so-called like technologies, for example, in business, for example, okay, it's all English. I give you one example. I think Taiwan is very proud of its semiconductor industry. Okay, we have the world #1 semiconductor industry, and workers working in semiconductor industry, even though they are Taiwanese, they all speak English. Why? Because it's the so-called multinational company. Okay, multinational company. So I think whether we are threatened by the English language, but I'm saying when English has become a lingua franca, when English has become the world's most common language, we as a so-called non-native speaker, we need to feel comfortable, because I would argue because English is, you know, part of me. English also belong to me, not just belong to you as a native speaker. That's the attitude. Okay, so this is the second. I do agree with you that if students want to improve their English, perhaps their English teacher, English instructor are doing better job than the subject teachers. But EMI is not just to raise or, you know, enhance students' English proficiency. EMI is part of the so-called university internationalization, is part of the so-called globalization of the industry. Okay, for example, Asia University, every year we recruit about 250 students from overseas. They come to Asia University. They cannot take Mandarin Chinese because they did not learn Mandarin Chinese. So all the international courses are taught in English. So I think, you know, if you see just the language part, I totally agree with you. English instructor will do a much better job than subject teachers. But if you see, you know, EMI as part of the landscape of university internationalization, I think the landscape is quite different. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hah? Habis waktunya. Okay, thank you for Pak Hewon. Do you have to?
No, that's okay.
No,
Thank you.
this is okay. Okay, Professor Chen, because the time. So thank you very much for the nice discussions. It's about the the role of the English medium instruction here. I think it's a good issue also in ONJ, because in postgraduate and graduate degree, so we offer the later maybe the program of the English EMI, and then but it is not very easy, yeah. And I hope based on your best practice in Taiwan, so we can maybe adopt, or maybe we can considering the role of the English for the medium instruction here.
because we also consider here, because English is a foreign language here in Indonesia, because we have a lot of the vernacular and bahasa Indonesia as a second language. Because it's not easy for the people in the remote area, for example, in elementary school students, so they learn bahasa Indonesia. But when they are using the L1, because I also remember, if I'm not mistaken, the one of the scholars, the Holiday is, please correct me, the Holiday say that the first language acquisition is the L1. Mean the mother tongue is very important for a student in the remote area. I think because of time, thank you very much for the Cheng. I think it's PM in the night, maybe in Taipei, because now in Jakarta is around 4:15. I think it's midnight in Taiwan. Thank you very much, Professor Cheng.
Okay,
So
thank you for the invitation. Yeah, I realize Indonesian people are working very hard. They have meeting on Saturday and Sunday. Okay.
Okay.
Very good.
Okay, thank you. Please give applause to the Professor Cheng. Thank you, Professor Cheng.
Okay.
Good
thank you.
evening.
Game terus. Sepeda terus. Daster terus.
Mas, bobanya satu ya.
time, gerak lebih cepat, hidup lebih hebat. Dimanapun kita berada, kita semua sama, lari penuh semangat. Chase a dream in every day we live in.
Thank you for the session, Mr. Eri.
Ladies and gentlemen, become the final keynote speaker of today, Professor Dr. Wolfgang Hasberg from University of Cologne, Germany, that will be moderated by Dr. Kurniawati. The time is yours.
Thank you,
thank you for the opportunity to me. This is a very honored to be one of moderators in the second International Conference on Humanities, Education, and Social Sciences, or ICHETS, organized by Postgraduate Program of Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Okay, in this fourth session, or the final session for today, we have Professor Dr. Wolfgang Hasberg from University of Cologne, Germany. Hello, Professor, are you there?
Yes, sir. Hello, do you can hear me?
Yes, very clear. Okay,
Okay.
Professor. Yeah. Today, Professor Hasberg will present his paper under the title Historical Consciousness Concept of Success Made in Germany. Okay, before Professor Hasberg present his paper, the committee here will show his short curriculum vitae, please. Okay, committee? Okay, oh, okay. I hope the audience already read the CV, the short CV of Professor Wolfgang Hasberg, and now we give Professor about 10 to 15 minutes to present his paper about historical consciousness. Please, the time is yours.
Yes, okay. Hello, and first of all, many thanks for invitation to this conference. It's an honor to be a participant of the conference, and I will share my screen to you. The topic of today is historical consciousness. Historical consciousness. It is a concept in German history didactics, and I ask if it is a successful concept made in Germany. And you know, made in Germany is a label that was introduced in England in the 1880s because the British administration wanted to protect consumers from German products because they would not be as of the same quality as the English ones. And in the following, the German goods became more and more important for the English market because they were of the same quality or where they were better. And I wonder if it's the same about theoretical concepts. German historical scholarship was indeed a leader in the Western world in the 19th century and well in the 20th century, not least in theory of history. Can one also use the quality of made in Germany for this theoretical concepts, I wonder? And don't worry, I don't want to sell anything to you. I want to make you familiar with this German concept. Perhaps it can be a bridge for exchanging our theories and ideas about history education. And in order to find a common ground, I will simply do what historians do: laugh. I will tell you the story of the history of German language history didactics, but fear nothing. Of course, I will not tell you the whole story, but the one of how historical consciousness rose to become a central category and how that influenced the research discourse in Germany. Therefore, we have to go through these steps, and we will begin with the beginnings in Mannheim. In 1976, in the beginning, one could say this beginning was the Historians' Day in Mannheim in 1976, one of the gatherings that have been organized and conducted by the German Historian Association for more than 100 years. And at this conference, there was a section dealing with history didactics, wherein historians, theorists of history, and didacticians were gathered. Output of this section was this small slime volume that enjoys cult stature, you can say, in German language discourse of history didactics until today. Until today, this concept of Karl Ernst Geismann is quoted again and again, which is defining what is historical consciousness. And to the definition of Karl Ernst Geismann, it's the total of the imaginations of the past and attitudes to history. Please remark attitudes to and the imagination, not the past by itself. But before coming back to this, it is important to note two things. First, the history of history didactics didn't began at this time in the 1970s, but 200 years earlier in the context of the Enlightenment in the 18th century. For in the lectures of the historians regarding to the theory and methodology of history, they pointed out a special part which was named historiomatics, not historiodidactics, but historiomatics. As you see on this sheet, historiomatic means about the same thing as history didactics. On the one hand, it referred to the communication of history, as history didactics is referring to history education. On the other hand, it includes the self-study of historiography too, which had to be learned by the students. And you have to keep in mind that during this period, history books of nations, of Europe and whatever, were written, which consists of 30 or 40 volumes. Reading and learning from historiography had to be learned because of this reason. This gives an important indication for the history didactics, that it is not only about teaching history, but about the reception of history too. Therefore, some colleagues define didactics of history as a science of reception and mediation or communication of history. Two sides, reception and communicating of history. Only if you know how history is received by pupils, students, or other kinds of people, only then you can develop rules and a methodology for how history must be communicated so that the recipient can understand it and, if necessary, learn something from it. The second point I have to emphasize before coming back to the History Day of Mannheim, that has to be pointed out, is that consciousness always played an important role in German humanities, at least since Georg Friedrich Hegel in the 18th century, who stated that one encounters the world through his consciousness. What means the reception of the world at all is done through the imagination in the consciousness of the individual. This also applies to the world of historical. In tradition of the humanities, for example, Wilhelm Dilthey, perhaps you know him, in the 1970s, history didactic received the category of consciousness, but not in the immediate aftermath of this tradition, as it had been adopted, for example, in pedagogy, especially by Hermann Nohl, who had already spoken from historical consciousness in the 1915. In the discourse of history education and history teaching, individual or single approaches already grew up in the 1920s, when Kawarau developed a model of historic political consciousness in 1927, or others already conducted empirical investigations, as Herbert Freudenthal and Kurt Sonntag did in the 1920s. But the situation in the 1970s, when the Day of Historians took place in Mannheim, you remember, was different because of the social upheavals in the end of the 1960s and the significance of the loss of significance of history in society and in universities and in schools too. Therefore, a new legitimation of history education was ardently demanded in the 1970s. This was one reason for the victory march of historical consciousness. The other one was the insight made by a conference in the 1970s too, wherein the participations dealt with history outside of school education, because they had considered that the development of historical thinking or consciousness is not limited on school education, but is influenced by many influences during the socialization of young people. This conference was, you can say, one origin or one root of public history, a special German approach of public history, which made public history a part of history didactics. But now, let's come back to the 1976 Day of Historians and the very influential concept of historical consciousness that Karl Ernst Geismann created. First of all, because of the mentioned insight that history learning depends on many influences, which are obviously in the social surrounding and are not intentional, and which includes emotional aspects by side of cognitive ones. He defined historical consciousness as the total of the imagination and of the past and attitudes towards the past or history. I make the differentiation between past and history. By this definition, he confirmed that history always is an imagination of the past. It's not the past itself, it's an imagination of the past, and consists not only of cognitive imaginations of the past, but includes emotional aspects as well as moral attitudes and values. This complicated coherence should become clear by the people, by the pupils in school too. But to this later. According to Geismann, historical consciousness is a core concept of the central category of the research in history didactics. And the tasks are to research on the morphology or structure of historical consciousness. I will not declare all what you can read on this slide. The second task is the genesis, the development or the changes of historical preconceptions and attitudes, which are important for the imagination of the past. The third task is the function of historical consciousness, the functions in society, because pupils in school learn for their life in society, not for the school, as you know. And the fourth task is are the pragmatics of influencing historical consciousness, the methodology, how to teach and to learn history in schools, but in all other places too, in museums, in all institutions of the, you may say, public history or in historical culture. This concept of historical consciousness follows a theoretical approach, and there are others like the ones of Jon Rüsen and Hans-Jürgen Pandl, but there are also the research combination of für Geschichtsbewusstsein. It's an acronym for genesis and development of historical consciousness. Another way to design a theory or a model, better to say, of historical consciousness is the inductive one, which was conducted especially by Bodo von Borries, who is a famous didactician in Germany today because of his large-scale investigations or assessments. He did in the 1990s, especially 1997, a Youth and History project was published, and it included more than 32,000 pupils all of Europe at the age of 15, 295, the book is called or entitled The Historical Consciousness of the Youth, is the only one I know globally, the only one which fulfill the strict standards of representativeness regarding to historical thinking all over the world. The results shall not be interpreted here, but it was to mention, to show that there are different ways to make a model of historical consciousness by theory or by empirical research, the deductive and the inductive way. In the following, I will, or you will see that it came, it became a very complicated model, but in the fourth chapter, we will see what are the consequences for history education and school education. Historical consciousness is not of the third, of the first, not of the first, not of the second, it's on the third order concept. History didactics, as Lucas stated already in the 1960s, is thinking of a second level or range of historical thinking because it has to reflect on historical thinking by itself. Perhaps you are familiar with the Big Six of Peter Sachs's. The proposal is based, or his proposal is based on another Anglo-American colleagues to follow him. And he pointed out the big six categories or concepts of the second order concept, what we have to follow in thinking historically. Because history is not only founded on events in the past, this is the first level, of course, but also on notions or theories, whatever, they mostly adopted from sociology and are theories which combine the events of the past to a narration. Historical consciousness is on the third level because, as we will see in the next step, about historical thinking, it's quasi as a grammatics of language. You have to think how events and the series of the second level come together and building a narration. And you have to think about this. This is the third level. This is the task, the operations of historical consciousness. And the pupil in school, as all people who deal with history, should be able to consider that there are more than the level of the past, that there are, in the end, limited 3 levels. They have to build historical consciousness which allow them to think, to recognize how history is built, perhaps by learning to deconstruct history, historical narrations, but obviously they have to reflect on their own historical thinking. And this is a task which is very challenging, I think. Here you see a scheme where you can see that there are different categories. The third order concept is historical consciousness. The first order concept of the right side you see is are the historical events, persons, whatever in the past. and we are use principles, as you see above, as alternative reciprocity, reciprocity, coherence between the past and the present. We use formal categories as time, space, and whatever, and we need this second order concepts of politics, economy, and so on. I cannot declare or explain all of these categories, but you see, we need these categories for building narrations about the past. What are the consequences for research in the German discourse? You see, it's a wide field of research because it is not limited on history education or history education in schools. It includes all fields of historical culture, for example, museums or pictures in cinema pictures, monuments, whatever, because all this have influence on the historical consciousness of us all and us of the people too. Especially, there is a great number of empirical investigations in Germany, not well known in other countries, because most of them are published in German language and therefore are only can only be read by German-speaking people, of course. Only a small number is published in English and therefore is well known all over the world. But there are very different approaches and different investigations of using history in society, especially because of the changes in social life. The using of history is another one than in the 1950s in Germany, and I think it's the same in other countries of the world too. There are studies of how young people use history, for example, use the internet to get information about the past and history, because we are speaking of a digital age. There are studies how history is presented in the World Wide Web. For example, what kind of information you can get in Wikipedia or on other things. How history works in history blogs, because there are more and more history blogs you can reach in the, which are available in the World Wide Web. And it's a non-professional kind of using history by this by the organizers of these blogs, and how teachers are planning their history lessons. There are blogs in the internet which are investigated, which are researched by our colleague from Poland, Johanna Woiden, for example. What are the consequences for the practice of history lessons? Here you see this big field, it's in German, because you see the roof of this house of history didactics, as I called it for the students, is historical consciousness, Geschichtsbewusstsein. And in this house you find 4 rooms or 3 big rooms. The theory, you can deal theoretically with historical consciousness. You can use empirical methods, as you see in the both columns in the mid, by using the research methods of social sciences, or you can research the history of history education or historical consciousness in the past. It's very important and it's very challenging. And you can think how about, or you can research on the pragmatics, the theory of how history lessons should be done, or should be, history should be communicated in other places of the historical culture. But after the PISA studies, I think you know this studies which was conducted by the European research researchers, and which was based on the concept of literacy, the didactics switch to this approach and focus on competences. Here, of competences, and these competences were developed from theory how history thinking is working. This is a model of Andreas Körber and me. We published, I think, in 2005. And you see there is a circle of historical thinking which started by uncertainty in the beginning. And there are, you can go around from the left to right. You have to have historical questions, and historical question always includes or consists of questions. What was development in time? This is a historical question. There are preconcepts and attitudes to have to reflect on. You have to go through the special historical operations, mental operations. You can reconstruct history from the past, or you can deconstruct history to the past. And then you have to reorganize your knowledge of and build your own knowledge about history before there is a new orientation or motivation to do something in the present. It's a new insurance in the end, and then the circle will start again. It never came to an end, and this is, or you can see, this is historical consciousness which never comes to an end, but which start always from the beginning on. Therefore, historical consciousness is the process. And you see here is my model of historical competences, which was developed from a theory of historical consciousness, to ask questions, historical questions, as I said, developments in time, to organize your own competence and to wonder what is the starting point of your historical content knowledge and formal knowledge. And there the special competences to reconstruct history or to deconstruct history. And the fifth step comes to the second step. You have reorganize competence after learning by constructing and reconstructing history. And then you have to, or you come to a competence of not of organizing the present by using history, it's orientation. And the last competence is, as you see, the competence of reflection on historical thinking, as I already mentioned, because you always have to consider what is a step you are thinking about in this process of historical thinking. It's a challenging concept, historical thinking, but it's usable for pupils too, because they have to learn what is historical thinking. They do not only have to learn something about the past and how to use the past in the present, but also to reflect on what they are doing, because then they can see what others are doing when they are offering history in advertisement, for example, or in museums, in history pictures, whatever, in historical novels, whatever. By using these competences of the historical consciousness, they may be able, in the end, to deal with this public offers of history, and that is one of the aims of history education in schools in Germany. Come to a conclusion. Historical consciousness is the inside. Historical culture is the outside of historical consciousness. As you would have realized during my lecture, historical consciousness is a wide concept, not only applied on historical education, but in regard on all people and all kinds of dealing with history. To compare with the Indonesian history didactics, I think but you can reject my conclusion. History didactics based on the category of historical consciousness is not limited on history lessons or history education. It's a wider field of research and of adopting historical consciousness in different fields of historical consciousness. This may be a consequence that historical or historiomatics, as you remember, was an integral part of history theory since the first beginnings of history sciences in the 18th century. Therefore, it is also enlarged, as we saw, on public history in the 1970s, or as a concept of Jan Ruysen, he was already mentioned, on historical culture. Perhaps some of you know the Palgrave Handbook, published by Maria Repussi and Luigi Caiani 2 or 3 years ago, which is based on this heuristic concept of Jan Ruysen, wherein the field is divided in the cognitive or cognition aspects or dimension of the historical cultures of aesthetics and politics, and the social dimensions. There are professionals in different fields or different institutions of historical culture. There are different media in historical culture and practices in historical cultures. And all these fields has to be researched by history didactics according to this concept of historical culture, which was developed by Jan Ruysen since the 1980s. And regarding to the topic of this conference, which is dealing with Society 5.0 and with digital aspects of education, I think you can use such a big field of historical consciousness and historical culture, the inside and the outside of historical culture, for researching what are the practices in the whole society of dealing with history, what are the media, and so on. And some of the media and practices, example, or especially in schools, are focused on cognition. They are trying to find out what is the truth or what is the reality in the past, what was the reality in the past. But always they are combined with aesthetics aspects, because they do it in different media, not only in history lessons, but in dramatics, whatever, in novels, in pictures, the young people watch in cinemas. But this historical culture influences the historical consciousness of all people and of the pupils we are teaching in school too. Their historical consciousness is not mostly influenced by history education in school, but by their socialization in historical culture, which is the surrounding of their all-day life. And in this historical culture, history is used sometimes functionally, most times intentionally, to ask for the truth, sometimes only for beautiness. I translated. It's good to look a picture about history, but maybe you do not learn the reality of the past life in it, because it focuses on aesthetics and not on the truth. And sometimes history is used for argumentation in political fields, not only in the politics, but always when history is used for argumentation. For example, in advertisement, when history is used to make sure that one good which shall be sold is very good, the quality is good, because it is produced since a long time, and all goods which has a long line of experience shall be good. And therefore, the pupil should learn how history is used in the field of historical culture to deal with this historical culture, and not only learn history in history lessons to reproduce what has happened in the past, but for use their thinking, the reflection on historical thinking, for criticism, how history is used in society. And maybe this is one of the differences of history education, and therefore the research on historical or in historical didactics differs in Indonesia and in other countries to the approach in Germany. And I think we have to realize and become familiar with the different concepts when we will bridge these differences by going into a fruitful dialogue or discourse worldwide. And for several years, I was a president of the International Research Association for History and Social Sciences Education. And since more than 20 years, I'm the leader of the German section of the International Society of History Didactics, two organizations working worldwide, globally. And I never met a colleague from Indonesia. I hope we can change this situation, and we will meet in the next future in one of these conferences. And in this meaning, I thank you for your attention, and Salam Alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Prof. Hasberg. Very interesting and very important to us to hear about historical consciousness, because here in Indonesia we hear much about historical consciousness, but I doubt that the people who state or talk about it is understand what is the concept of historical consciousness itself. So I believe there are questions from our audience. Please raise your hand for Prof. Hasberg. Is there any question? Yeah. Here we have one question from our audience. Mr. Faisal Madani, please.
Is very interested then when you clarify your materials this afternoon. One question that is really make me confused. You know, the materials of the history usually is very abstract. And then how if we did that materials to our kids?
Okay, I'm not sure if I understood you in the right way, but you wonder, history is very complicated, very abstract, and how to teach this concept to pupils?
Yeah, because you know, in my understanding, you know, if you come to the teaching method for the kids, usually we will teach from the concrete first, and then coming to the abstracts.
Yes. Of course, in teaching fields, you have to go this inductive way from the concrete to the abstract. But I think in the way of thinking about how history works in school classes too, you have to come the opposite way from abstract to the concrete. The more the theory is abstract, it can become elementary. And as I said, history is always a narration. It's always a narration, and in this narration, there are combined different things. The things we know from the sources, the events, the people, the concepts of the past, all of the past, and we need theories, and then in the end, we have to reflect on it. There's 3 stages, as I said, and you can tell a simple story about the past, and you have to deconstruct this narration by showing that it is a construction, by using an end and a beginning of a story and the mid, perhaps a dramatic form of narration. You have to deconstruct this form, this narrative form. You have to show what are the normative attitudes or theories which forms this story. And if you want to have one example, we did with students in school, for example, there is in German language didactics the concept of the circle of learning. All people in different groups get some sources, and once we did this with 4 groups, I think, and 6 stations of this learned circle, and they all had the same sources, and they should write 1 sentence to each of these stations of the circle. In the end, they had 6 sentences and 1 more, finalizing a sentence. And when we spoke about in a classroom about this different narrations of the past, they had each group had a different historical narration, and they could compare the different narrations, and they knew they had the exact the same sources, and there they could learn how history is a narration, and narrations differ from narration to narration, although they used the same sources. I hope this was concrete enough.
Yeah, thank you very much. Meaning that, you know, it's coming to the what is the very familiar with the kids first.
What is it? Very?
Meaning that, you know, we should talk or discuss with the students. The thing is very familiar with the student first. The approaches.
From concrete to abstract.
I think we have to. I think we have to make the students familiar with this concept of dealing with history by learning it from the lowest level of history education to the highest. But it's not as complicated as it seems to be by hearing the theory. Perhaps multi-perspectivity you can learn by dealing with an event of the past of the pupils, and you compare it in the classroom.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Faisal. And then coming the second question from Prof. Arita Marini, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunities given to me. Thank you for the fruitful presentation. I'm very interested in historical consciousness. I think the level of historical consciousness, especially for the millennial students, maybe is not too high. So I would like to know about what is your opinion, how to improve the level of historical consciousness, especially for the millennial generation. Thank you.
Yes, as I showed in my presentation, all curricula in German are based on historical competences. And I showed to you the concept, there are different concepts, and I explained my own concept of historical competences because it is derived from the theory of historical consciousness or historical thinking. And I think we don't know because there is no big research on history lessons in German. It's come up nowadays after PISA studies, but it's not a great field of research until today. And we do not know what are the results, but we have these investigations I mentioned by Bodo von Borries, for example, and he can show that in different European countries, and they were involved in this investigation, Western Europe until the Israel people and so on, and from Scandinavia to Italy and so on. It's a concept which try to train the pupil to reflecting on the self, and I think this is a difficulty. You have always to make sure that history is a part of the life of the participations in history classes, in history education. And maybe this is a difficulty we have to bridge, we have to solve, that the people and the pupil in history lessons are involved. Yes, they have to be involved on the formal side by historical thinking, but also on the side of content. And we have to deal with contents which are relevant for this kind of pupils or students in universities. But I'm not sure if this was the right answer to your question. No, I don't know. I cannot hear you.
Yeah, Professor Arita, clear, very clear to hear your answer, I think.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. There it was two question from our audience here, but maybe just one more question from audience from the Zoom. Is there any question from Zoom? Yeah, one
yes, ma'am.
question.
May
Yeah,
I? Okay, thank you for the chance. I would like to continue the question before the previous questions about what is your opinion about what is your opinion the best media that we should use to increase the historical consciousness in Gen Z generation, particularly in enhancing the local language skill for the teenagers? Thank you.
Yes, but I'm sorry, I think I cannot say what is the best media, because the best media are all medias which are used in historical culture and in the surrounding. And I suggest using maybe these are the new media, they call it new media, the digital media in Germany. And therefore I mentioned the investigations which are made by a colleague of Switzerland, for example, who researched in the field of the internet and how young people are using the internet for getting information, historical information. And of course, maybe this media are important for the research on historical consciousness and historical culture, because they are often used by the young people, I think in all parts of the world, but it's only hypothesis I cannot prove. And but all media which are used in historical culture have an influence on our people. Maybe the young people do not read classical novels with historical contents today. Perhaps they look series in Netflix, which I do not know because I do not use Netflix, but it's another kind of approach to historical at the past, and therefore maybe we have to deal with such commercial products where history is communicated in, as this series in Netflix, but blogs in the internet we researched on, or Wikipedia as a source for information are very important, and I think the students have to learn to deal with these offers. They have to deconstruct historical blogs as well as historical series, as well as historical novels and so on. And I think the one task, one instrument to deconstruct is the theory of historical consciousness, because you have to make sure that you are influenced by this media, and you have to learn that this media always consists of historical narrations. All of these media are historical narrations, and you have to say, oh, what historical questions they are following, how do they use history by combining sources and make narrations and so on. Therefore, I think one cannot say what is the best media, but we can try to find out what are the most used media by the young people, and then we have to deal in a deconstructive way with this media. And we have to teach how to deconstruct such media. We always do it because my field, my special epoch I'm working on are the medieval times, you know, and therefore mostly in the seminars of historical education, not of history didactical education, of historical education in the university, I deal with historiography, because the sources of the Middle Ages which deal with history are also media. Yeah? Historical narrations of the past.
Okay, is it answer your question? Okay,
Yes, thank you.
That's answer your question.
Okay.
Prof. Hasberg, I think there will be more question about this interesting topic. Myself want to ask you some question, but I think the time is very limited. For example, yeah, I agree completely with you about that we have a different tradition in Indonesia and in Germany. For example, for me, it's new to know theory of history, divide historiography and historiometric. This is something new for me. Maybe in the next future we can talk more about it and also about historical consciousness itself. But since the time is very limited, I thank you for your presentation. See you in the future. Okay, have a good weekend for you.
Thank you, and I hope we'll stay in contact.
Okay, thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Game terus. Sepeda terus. Daster terus.
Mas, bobanya satu ya.
Boba terus. Terus. Kalau terus-terusan boros, kapan nabungnya? Yuk mulai nabung. tabungan Mas di Pegadaian Digital aja. Ada promo mulai nabung hingga akhir tahun. Top up-nya bisa pakai kode promo gajian Mas yang ada di setiap bulannya. Kamu bisa dapat diskon hingga Rp250.000. Download aplikasi Pegadaian Digital dan mulai nabung dari sekarang. Yuk mulai nabung Mas sekarang untuk masa depan yang cemerlang. Nabung terus ya!
cepat, hidup lebih hebat. Dimanapun kita berada, kita semua sama, berlari penuh semangat. Change the dream in every day we live in.
Thank you for the presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, the last agenda for today is to take photo together. So for all attendees, please turn your camera on. To the operator and teams, are you ready? Okay. On my comments, 3, 2, 1. Once again. 3, 2, 1. Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our agenda today. On behalf of the committees, I would like to thank you for your participation in this occasion. And we would like to tell you that the conference, supported by PT Pegadaian Persero, PT Jaya Konstruksi Manggala Pratama, PT Bank Mandiri Persero Tbk. Ladies and gentlemen, we are finally at the end of our session for today. And I, Victorio Kusumosidi, and my partner,
Rizky Amalia, from Duta Universitas Negeri Jakarta,
would like to say goodbye to Resign. Thank you so much for your participation today. See you tomorrow. Good evening. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you so much.
Recording stopped.